Hey there, I'm Charlotte, the Gulf Coast Granny, and tonight I'm just hanging out in my kitchen and crocheting up some washcloths because I needed some. And I thought I'd just come on live and have a glass of wine and talk with some of my favorite folks here on YouTube. Let me pour this in the glass. I've got my favorite Woodbridge Merlot. Leave me a comment below and tell me what you're drinking tonight. I don't care if it's Kool-Aid. You can still tell me you're drinking Kool-Aid. So how's everybody doing tonight? This has been a crazy week because all my kids have been home from school. It's been spring break here in South Mississippi. And honestly, I believe they had it a little bit too late. But it is what it is, and they go back in 3 days, and I'm going to have a party. Even if I have to have a party all by myself, I'm going to have myself a party because I have not had a minute's peace in this house since they got out of school, which is crazy. But I did get a lot accomplished in my garden this week. I got all of my peppers planted. I got all of my tomatoes planted. I got In fact, I just found some tomatoes on the bushes. Some little itty bitty green tomatoes about this big. And I was tickled for that. I always get happy when I see that. If y'all see me looking down, it's because I'm crocheting. See? It's going to be a gray washcloth. And I probably shouldn't be trying to do 2 things at once, but I am anyway. So I want everybody to leave me a comment and let me know if you can hear me loud and clear, because a couple of weeks ago I was on here and I really was having some problems with my audio. I see there's one person who's joined me. Let me know if you can hear me loud and clear, please. As I was explaining, I've had a few problems with my audio lately. Hey, Queen Mercy, how are you, my dear? I'm sorry if I say Queen Mercy. Oh, great, great. How have you been? Because it's been crazy in my house this week. Nothing bad, just a lot of chaos. When everybody's home, and the kids were home from spring break, but when everybody's here and there's so much traffic in and out, it makes me a little crazy. And that's all right. When school gets out for the summer in 1 month, I'll get used to the routine after a couple of weeks and it won't bother me a bit. But that sudden jolt of having my peace time taken away from me is a little difficult sometimes. You've been planning for your son's birthday party. Feels like Christmas shopping all over. Oh, gosh, isn't that the truth? I've got 2 birthdays coming up this summer, 2 daughters, and a grandbaby coming in July. So that's going to be fun. So how old's your baby going to be? Isn't he going to be about 6 or 7? Hey, Grumpus, how are you? Grumpus, look, I got me a fat stack of washcloths made. And I'm working on some more. I got this one and just started him. Excuse me. Yeah, Queen Mercy. I'm sorry. I'm not. I know he's a little tyke. He's a little tyke and cute as a button. Y'all, I got so much yarn in front of me. I got to look at this. This is insane. Ball after ball after ball. Look at here. I'll keep a couple of them up here just in case. I need to do my thing here. Y'all give me 1 second, okay? How are you doing tonight, Grumpus? You bought an extra large margarita glass for yourself. That was a good thinking. I want a Coronita. to cope. What is a Coronita? Do you put Corona? Is it a Corona drink? He'll be 7. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I ran out of washcloths and I decided that I needed to make some because I had the yarn already. And with things going up so high, I wasn't about to pay $5 or $10 a washcloth when I could make them. And honestly, these things will last forever. Forever. It's like a margarita with Corona. Okay, that sounds good. I have a blanket that I made when I was 18, and I don't know how many years ago that is. And I don't want to count it right now. But it's about 40 years. And that blanket is still growing strong. I also make them with, if you've ever heard of crochet thread, what I do is I double it up and use a smaller hook, and I make these. I love these because I can do a video making those. I can, yeah. These are a lot softer because they're made with a different type of cotton than these are. These are made with cotton thread, and these are made with Hobby Lobby. I love this yarn. Actually, I think it's called I Love This Cotton. Yes, it is. But this is a 4-weight, and these are just a teeny tiny itty bitty thread. I should have one up here somewhere, but I guess I don't. I'll show you. Oh, fiddlesticks. It's not here. It was here the set. Oh, I see it. Give me 1 second and I'll go get it. It's this kind of thread. I know you've seen it before. But what I do is I use 2 strands and make the washcloth out of that. And one thing I love about that is the texture of it. I mean, it's soft, but it's not baby butt soft, you know. It'll scrub you, and that's what I like about it, is that it's real scrubby, and it helps the soap or whatever you're using lather up real good. And these are some of, in fact, I've had this one for years. I dared Poppy to touch it because I made a whole stack of them one year, and they were all real pretty, pale, beautiful colors. And he came home from work, and you know, Poppy works hard for a living and gets really dirty, and he got all of my washcloths all stained up. I said, I ain't never making another washcloth again if you're going to do that to him. I said, don't touch my washcloths. So I'm making Poppy his own brand. And these won't show the dirt, I hope. So I'm making these with just, you know, variegated yarn, like, well, I don't know if he'll appreciate the pink and blue, but that'll work because it won't show dirt so easy. And this is my favorite one that I made him. I already made him one out of this. It's in the wash, but this won't show dirt real easy either. So he gets all the ugly ones and I get all the pretty ones. Y'all, it's hot as blazes in my house. Either that or I'm having myself... I did it again, didn't I? Good grief, when am I ever going to learn? I'm having myself a personal summer is what I was going to say. Hey, Alex, how are you? We're just hanging out. Hey, Jules, how are you? It's good to see all of you. It's just Friday night. Poppy's asleep, and I decided to go live. I'm not going to do anything special. I'm going to talk about everything under the sun, you know, kind of like I always do. And have a glass of wine with my favorite folks on YouTube. Of course, I'm going to wash this cookie out of my mouth with some tea. I'm going to stick a link up here for anybody who wants to come and chat with me. Y'all, I am so excited because y'all know I've been on a budget since January. And I have finally saved myself up enough money. Well, with the help of a little bit of tax return, we got some back from the state return. And I'm going to get to buy my new freezer this weekend. And I cannot be happier. It's not very big, but it's bigger than the one I've got. In fact, it's only 8.5 cubic feet. But I have a very limited space that I can put this freezer in. And the measurements on that particular freezer pretty much bust out those measurements. So, but I'm very excited. There's a link, you guys. Go ahead and click on it and come join me. No makeup required. And I'm also going to buy an induction burner this weekend, but I can't use it until after Mother's Day because that's what that's what I'm buying myself to wrap up to give for Poppy and the kids to give me for Mother's Day because they don't know what I want. And they'll buy me something stupid if I don't do it myself. That's not true. They're actually, I lied on them. They usually do a really good job of picking out things for me. Honestly, it's just I really want this one particular thing, and if I don't get it for myself to wrap up for them to give to me, then I'll wait 3 years on it because that's about the average. When I ask for something, about 3 years later, I'll get it. So tell me what everybody's been up to. Grumpus, you said you were editing. I'm sorry. I got to go back here a little bit because I know I've been editing all evening. Time for a break. Thank you. You're welcome, Grumpus. Did you finally get a couple of them edited that you were working on last week? Just curious. Look here, I'm sitting here waiting for an answer like I'm on the telephone. I ought to be ashamed of myself. Okay. I got to keep watching my computer over here. And now look, like I said, if I'm looking down, it's because I'm crocheting. It's not that I'm ignoring y'all. I'm going to look up every second or so. I just got to do something with my hands. Y'all, we were going to come on tonight, me and Poppy both, and taste his pickled eggs finally. And he fell asleep. He's in the bedroom snoring. That's all right, Alex. You watch TV and me if you want to. Oh, the same videos. It's been a busy week. Look, Grumpus, I get it. I don't know if you were on here when I was saying that both my kids were home for spring break this week, but it's been a week. I haven't had a minute to do a thing. In fact, 3 minutes before I went live, my son came out here finally to get the pizza rolls that he come out here at about 11 o'clock, right when I was going to go live. And I'm like, what are you doing? I'm about to do a live stream. He says, I'm hungry. All right, what do you want to eat? He said, well, do you mind if I make some pizza rolls? I said, I don't mind a bit. So I helped him get the oven on and, you know, the right temperature and all. And he put them on the pan and put them in the oven. So when they were done, I had to tell him they were done. They didn't get done till 3 minutes before I went live. And I told him, I said, he was going to sit in the living room and eat them. I said, nope, not today, Satan. You are going in your bedroom to eat tonight. And I don't usually allow that because, you know, kids are gross. And, hey, sweetie. But I did tonight. What are you doing?
I'm looking through the fridge.
Are you hungry too?
Yeah.
See, got another one that's hungry at midnight. It's okay. Go ahead and eat. Just don't make no noise, okay?
Okay.
All right, dear.
Can I bake this potato?
You can stick it in the microwave and warm it up. It's already baked. She wants to bake a potato that's already baked, y'all.
Oh, stupid.
You're not stupid. You just asked a question. There should be pickles in there. I don't know. Stop talking to me, please. 10 more minutes and you'll get my full attention. You're only getting the side eye at the moment. I'm all right with the side eye, Grumpus. I got teenager in here trying to talk my ear off. So we're good. Honey, get something to eat and get out, please. She's such a girl. Oh, y'all, let me tell you what she did today.
What did I do today?
She cleaned her car all by herself with, well, okay. She had a little bit of help from the neighbor down the street.
For like 10 minutes.
For about 10 minutes. But she did all the rest of it herself. She washed the outside. She washed the inside. And this weekend, Poppy is going to put the new battery in it. We're going to get new tires for it. We're going to do an oil change. And guess who's going to be on the road? Yeah, watch it. Look, I don't care how far away you are. Don't come to Mississippi for the next 3 months.
Hey,
No matter what. She's like, hey, I'm not that bad. No, you're not.
that says I'm a good driver. Thank you.
You're a very cautious driver. And sometimes that hesitation can cause a lot of problems. And you hesitate some. And you just need a few weeks on the road and you'll be fine. Please don't throw that away. That's my onion seeds. Y'all,
I plan on it.
I had some onions growing out in the garden all winter long. They were enormous. They were 2 feet tall. They had these big, beautiful blooms on them. But they were, they were past their prime. And they were green onions. Big, massive, like this big around. And I cut the tops off and laid them outside because I brought the good part in to eat.
I am making as little noise as I possibly can. I promise.
What should I do? So, I don't know if y'all hear that noise, that racket going on in my kitchen, but it's all her.
I'm literally trying to make pizza rolls.
I know, hush up. So anyhow, today I went outside and I was going to pick up all the yard trash out of the garden because I'm trying to get it presentable for a video. And I want to clean up the yard and get some things out of the way and weed eat and that kind of stuff. So I picked up these seed heads and they're full of dried seeds and they went all over the concrete. And I said, oh my God, and I'm on my hands and knees picking up all these little bitty onion seeds. So I brought the seed heads in the house and I covered this cookie sheet with parchment paper and started just smashing them like this. And all the seeds went out, but I still have them sitting over there on the counter. I'm petrified one of these people that I live with, mainly Poppy, I'm scared he's not going to know what it is and he's going to throw it out. So before I go to bed tonight, somebody please remind me to put those seeds in a Ziploc baggie because I will lose them in a New York minute if I don't. Oh God, why is it so hot in here? Jesus. So tomorrow I am making some corned beef, a corned beef brisket, and some cabbage and potatoes for dinner. And I am so excited I can't hardly stand it because I don't like corned beef in a can so much because it reminds me of cat food, but I love a corned beef brisket. And I'm just going to do it in the crock pot. And that way I don't have to mess with it. I don't have to look at it. And about the time it gets done, I'm going to chop up the cabbage, put some onions and butter in it, and just fry it off like that. Well, the potatoes will be in with the meat. And my middle daughter is coming to have dinner with me. Her husband's got to work tomorrow night. And I told her, I said, well, if you want to come have dinner, you're more than welcome. And so she said she thinks she's going to do that. So I'm excited. She hasn't been over for dinner in a really long time. And, sometimes you just want your kids to come home for dinner once every 6 months. You know I love my kids. I don't even have to say that. But Lord have mercy, sometimes you just don't want to be around them. I think it comes with age. I think you get to a certain age and you're finished raising children, which I'm not yet, of course. I ought to be, but I'm not. And I think you just realize that that time for you is gone. That time for you is just gone. You enjoyed your children when you were supposed to, and I enjoy my adult children now. But I enjoy them at my leisure and not at their beck and call. And that's what I like about that. Well, every now and then I do miss them. Like my son called me today, the one that's going to have the baby in July. And it was good to hear from him. He was on his way. He told me, I said, hey, what are you doing today? And he said, I'm on my way to Longhorn to have some dinner. So I could pay $55 for a steak that would cost me $20 at the grocery store. I said, sounds to me like you need a new restaurant to go to. I said, people who are expecting babies ought not to be spending $55 on a steak dinner, but you know, they're young. You can't tell them nothing. And he does all right. He pays his bills and he works hard. And I guess if he wants a steak dinner for $55, he ought to be able to buy it. Julie, did you just see Grumpus was in here? Did you get all moved, Jules? Let us know. I've been thinking about you. Because I didn't get to see you last week. Well, I wasn't here last week, put it that way. Y'all, I need to make a fancier stitch than just this half double crochet. I think I'm going to make these in sets of 3. Maybe 4. Maybe sets of 4. That makes more sense, don't it? I mean, if you were going to buy washcloths, would you rather have a stack of 3 or a stack of 4? Well, of course you'd rather have 4. If there's 2 of you, you got 2 apiece. And if there's 4 of you, you got 1 apiece. There aren't a whole, I don't know. Are there a whole lot of 3 people families out there? I don't know. I'm actually making a whole bunch of these to sell at a craft fair that they're having this summer. I'm going to get in the craft fair. I'm going to make some baby blankets. And I'm going to make some washcloths and these pretty little, they're called bowl cozies. And basically, when you put a bowl in the microwave, when you go to take it out, it's really hot. Well, if you set it in this bowl cozy that's kind of like shaped like a bowl, it protects your hands and you don't burn your hands on the hot bowl and the hot food inside the bowl. Hey, Brenda, how are you? You love which one, the washcloths or the bowl cozies? But I'm also going to be making a few other kitchen items. Look, I found the cutest pattern the other day. It's called a apron, but it's for your dish soap. And you put the apron around the neck of the bottle and then you tie it in the back and it's adorable. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Brenda. But I thought that would be the cutest thing to sell at a craft fair because they're really fast and easy to make. And yeah, I don't know what else. I mean, they're just quick and easy to make. And sometimes you need quick and easy stuff to make. I'm also going to be making, well, hang on just a second. I'll show you. Oh, fiddlesticks. Everybody's got a stack of these in their house somewhere. And so I'm going to make a container, a crochet container about this long that you can stuff the bags into. And it's not an eyesore in your kitchen. because I know mine, basically what I'm going to do with mine, because I make myself one first, I'm going to hang it inside my pantry because I usually keep those kinds of bags in my pantry to use in the wastebasket in the bathroom. And so I just, if I would stuff them in there, I made one for my daughter and she absolutely uses it daily. So I thought, well, that'll be a useful thing. And I thought it was a good idea too, Brenda. I really did. I thought that was a very useful, and that's what I want to do at this craft show. Instead of making silly things that nobody could use, I want to make useful things that'll be a benefit to somebody. I know when I was a kid, my grandma used to make me the silliest crocheted items, and I loved them because she made them for me. But I just never got any use out of them, you know. And I'm a very practical lady, and I like useful things. You use them to send leftovers home to. Oh, and that's a good. Or go grocery shopping for your daughter out of your own pantry. Done that before. I get it. I get it, Brenda. Oh my. Just like tomorrow when my daughter comes over for dinner. My middle daughter, who's in her 30s, she's coming for dinner tomorrow. And I just know she's going to want me to make a plate for her husband because he's working all night and he'll enjoy having something to eat when he gets home from work. But that's okay. I'm prepared to do that. Yeah. You know, I've got years and years of that ahead of me, I'm sure. My youngest baby girl will be going to college next year. Let me take that back. She'll be a senior in high school next year and then go on to college that following fall. But it's not far from now. It's 15 months away. And so I have a feeling it'll be a bunch of years of still feeding them and taking care of them and all that stuff. My baby boy is only in the 7th grade. So I'm going to be I'm a granny now. I'm going to be, good Lord, almost old enough to be a great granny by the time he graduates. That's not true. Now, my great granny, she was a great. Did you hear my stove beep? She was a great granny by the time she was in her early 60s. But I think I'm going to be 62 when my son graduates. Something like that. And that will mean I have been raising kids a long, long time. Let's see, 42 years. Because I had my first little girl when I was 20 years old. Which was way too young. You know, I look back on that now, y'all, and I think to myself, where in your mind was it okay to have a youngin' at 20 years old? And, you know, I know it happens every day. And I even know, you know, people younger than I was have babies every day, which is a tragedy in my opinion. But I was not ready. I just was not ready to be a parent at 20 years old. But I thought I knew everything. Violet, give me 1 second. Violet, V, your stuff is done. She didn't even hear the beeper go off, the timer go off on the stove. Your youngest is 43. Oh my goodness, Brenda. You were 21. Okay, so you understand exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. Well, my oldest just turned 36 this year. And she's the one that has my 2 grandbabies. Excuse me. Yeah. And I've got a son who's number 2 son. He's 26 and he's having a baby this summer. And those are the only grandbabies. Let me take that back. He married a young girl who has a child. So she's going to be grandbaby. I've got a grandbaby by proxy. You have 6 grandchildren. How nice. Do you get to see them very often? Because, you know, I've been thinking about this a while now. And I know that boy that lives in Florida, I probably won't get to see that grandbaby very often. And that kind of makes me sad. But now my other 2 grandbabies, I see them at least once a week. At least. Your nephew will be 37. Hey, Dwayne, how are you? I didn't know you were here. And the rest are all neat. Oh, my God. You've only got one nephew? Oh, my. Oh, you don't see any of them. I'm sorry, Brenda. I see 2. And the other 2 live in Florida. And I guess I'll probably see them once every year or 2. But that's all right.
You think?
Yeah, because I'm going to make myself go over there, I reckon.
Where am I going to be?
In college. Living your life.
That means I will not see the kids until
Bye.
after I graduate.
Good night, sweetheart. I love you. I wonder where she gets that from. But I'll tell you this, sometimes y'all, seeing those grandkids is a wonderful thing. But like my dad says, and my dad has said this for years, I love seeing them come up the driveway, and I love seeing them leave to go home too. And I understand that now. It used to hurt my feelings, you know, when I was a young parent, and he would say that. But I totally get it now. Because when you're old and, well, when your kids get grown, or mostly grown, you don't want to do that stuff anymore. Not on the daily. Not on the daily. Dwayne said the rest are all nieces. Most are in their 20s, and one turned 34 this year. Grandchildren are a blessing. They are. Let me tell you what my grand Millie did. This is my oldest granddaughter. Her mama bought her one of those watches that have like 3 or 4 phone numbers in it. And one of the phone numbers is Granny's phone number, right? Well, she wore her watch to school not long ago and called me from school. So I answered the phone because I'm thinking, why would Millie be calling me in the middle of the day? I know she's at school. So I answered the phone. I said, hello. She said, hey, Granny. And I said, hey, where are you? She said, I'm at school. And I said, are you supposed to be calling me while you're at school? And about that time, I heard her teacher say, well, her name's Amelia. She said, Amelia, turn that phone off. We can't do that at school. So I said, Millie, hang the phone up. It's not time. It's not time to do that right now. You call me when you get home. Okay. I thought, listen, look at her being a little sneak. Brenda says, ours are all far away and living their own lives. And won't that be nice? Look, me and my husband have contemplated moving away from all the kids. Hey, Truth, how are you doing? Are you laughing about my grandbaby? She's a pistol. I'm telling you, that girl is something else. But yeah, we've thought about moving away from all the grandbabies and all the mamas and daddies. Because, you know, when we moved here to Mississippi, my husband had retired from the military. And the ones that still live at home, they were just tiny little kids. They were 1 and 4 when we moved here. And we thought they were going to stay because we left Virginia to come here. And all the kids were in Virginia, except for 2 of them. Two of them were in Florida. And 4 months after we got here, there was a knock at the door. Knock, 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 knock. So I go to the door, and there's both my daughters and both of their boyfriends at the time at my door saying, "Hey, Mom, we moved down here, 2 U-Hauls out in the parking lot." They followed us here, and then we had to put them in apartments. And it was a mess. Yeah, she's a mess. What branch? He was in the Navy. He was in the Navy. He was a submariner, a sonar technician for about 7 years, and then he got hurt, so they let him stay in, but he changed to airplanes. So he was a structural mechanic on airplanes for 7 years. Well, then the injury got really bad, and they had to retire him out. So, but I'll tell you what, if you know anybody going in the service, the Air Force or the Navy is the best places to, well, the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard's a good one to go into. Or the Space Force. That's where I'd go if I was a young woman. I'd go in that. I don't even know if it's really a thing. I know that was something that was talked about. But he misses it. He misses his military service, something fierce. I think that he wishes right now, if they called him back and said, "Hey, we got to go," he'd be like, "Sign me up. I'm headed out. Bye, honey." That's exactly what he'd do. And he was very proud of his service. My late uncle was in the Navy in World War II. Well, that's one of the reasons that Poppy went in the military, because his dad was in the Navy. And he has an uncle on the Arizona still to this day at the bottom of the Pearl Harbor. Definitely. Yeah, now the Space Force, that's where I would be. But that's interesting to me. I would, yeah. Back in the day, I don't know. I don't like to be awake. I don't like to be so far away. I love boats. Love me some boats. I love to be on a boat. I love to fish. I love to cook fish. I love anything to do with the water. I love to water ski. And I can still do that at my ripe old age. In fact, let me tell you a funny. I'll tell you in a minute. But here's the thing I hate about being on a boat, is being so far away from the land that you can't see the land. Once I get that far out, I start to get real nervous, because things can go sideways real quick. And if you can see land, you can get to it with a quickness, you know? If you can't see land, you don't know how far you've got to get to land. This week, I saw a man in military uniform walking by, and I thanked him for thank you, Dwayne. That was very kind of you. Yeah. Wesley always gets a little emotional when people do that to him. Because, you know, here where I live is a military town, somewhat. Not like Virginia, but it is a military town. And so, of course, when you go to different stores and restaurants, you can get a little 10% discount if you have your military ID or your retired ID. And so he'll always show that at wherever we go to pay for something. And a lot of times people will tell him, "Thank you for your service." And he don't know what to say sometimes. I told him, I said, "Well, just say you're welcome." You know, well, that's all they want to hear. They're doing it for themselves. They don't, you know, they know the sacrifice. And I'm telling you, even if, you know, I know that people who make the ultimate sacrifice and leave behind their families, they are truly, most of them are heroes. But I'll tell you this, those men who leave their families behind and depend on everybody else to do their job, depend on a wife to do the job of taking care of the home and taking care of the bills, and because there's a lot of military wives out there that don't do that. And you have to be a certain type. I'm not going to say a special type, but you have to be a certain type of woman to be able to deal with the awesome or the all the time deployments. I call them awesome deployments because I'm that lady. I'm that lady. Bye, honey. See you in 6 months. Mwah. Because I got this. I got this. There's a lot, especially in the younger crowd. And I'm not saying it because I don't like younger people. I'm saying it because they don't have enough life experience to understand what they're getting themselves into. And I was in that same situation at one point. However, I also have a huge sense of responsibility, and I did what I needed to do. Maybe it's because I had children. I don't know. Honest Truth said, same. I did not want to go on a cruise, but I will say that the only time I'll get on a boat that far is on a Carnival. Poppy wants to go on a cruise, and I won't go because I'm a big fat baby. Now, when I was a young person, I had a friend I came from a military town. I had a friend whose father was the captain of one of them big aircraft carriers. Well, she invited me to do what they call a dependents cruise. And so all the dependents got to go out for the day, and they could bring a guest. And when dependents in the military are simply family members. So I got to go with them. Y'all, the most thrilling thing in my life up to that point. Now, mind you, I was only 13. I got to go up into the crow's nest of the boat. And I don't know if well, it's not a boat, it's a ship. You can put a boat on a ship, but you can't put a ship on a boat, okay? That's how you tell the difference. But anyhow, we went out on this aircraft carrier, and we were I couldn't see land nowhere, but you know what? You couldn't feel the ocean either. It was a beautiful day. The seas were not high. It was a beautiful day. And I got to sit in the crow's nest and watch the airplanes take off and land on the deck of that ship, that aircraft carrier. And that was, to me, a super, super thrilling and amazing. It was a day. I talked about that day forever. I'm still talking about it, and I'm 56 years old, It was a lot of fun. We got to eat with all the officers. And the crow's nest is where the captain hangs out, because he can see everything that's going on down on the deck, and he can see, and of course he's got his navigation crew right there, but that's where they steer the boat from. And there's windows all around it. It's when you're looking at it on a picture, it doesn't look huge, but it's huge. And I got to watch them take the airplanes down on that elevator and bring up more airplanes and get them off onto the deck, the flight deck. It was crazy, y'all. I had the time of my life. Too much fun. Do it. Trust me. I will trust you because you're the honest truth. Now, part of me wants to do it. Oh my gosh, y'all look. This is ridiculous. I've got Poppy's shirt on backwards. There. This is one of Poppy's old work shirts. And I grabbed it out of the laundry room. I wasn't paying no attention and just threw it over my head. My relative who's in the Air Force and is also an astronaut gets to go to the moon and to Mars in the future. Well, God love him. Bless his heart. That's not a trip I would want to make, but for those who do, cheers, because I would not. I've heard there are a lot of fun, Truth. I have. I've heard that there's just never a dull moment on those cruises. But let's see. You also deal with a lot of moving around. Well, I'll tell you a funny thing, Dwayne. My first husband was in the military, and we were stationed in Jacksonville until the day we divorced in Jacksonville, Florida. That's where I met him. I was born there. And then I moved away in 2000, and I met Wesley, and we got married, and we stayed until his retirement in Chesapeake, Virginia. Now, he went to different, he was at NOB the first year in Norfolk. And then the second, not the first year, the first enlistment, the first PCS, I guess. And then the second one, he was at NAS Oceana in Virginia Beach. But we kept our house. He drove back and forth. I mean, it wasn't but 30 miles, so why not? Sometimes I wonder if we made the right decision moving away from Virginia. I enjoyed it there a lot. I mean, I enjoy it here too. I do. 6 of one, half dozen of the other. But I didn't realize that Virginia had become home to me until I left it. Yeah. Ain't this a real shirt show? It is a shirt show. Grumpus, I put his shirt on backwards. I don't have no sense. I really don't have any sense. They have, okay, think they have commercial trips to space for $15,000 on Virgin Airlines. Yeah, that's not going to be me. Y'all enjoy them commercial trips to space. What would you do up there? It's not like you can breathe or anything. I mean, what are you going to do? Just look around? I can see it all from right here. Just look up. Of course, my ex-husband was from New York, and he always wanted to take me to New York to see Niagara Falls. And I was that dummy that said, why? I don't want to see a bunch of water falling off a cliff. 6 of one, half dozen of the other. You like that? Good Lord, my grandma used to say that all the time. That's where I got it from. Of course, my grandma used to say a lot of things. She used to always say, well, if you can't listen, you'll have to feel. I didn't know what that meant. Y'all. Oh, there's Grumpus and DJ. Hang on, guys. The party's about to start.
Hey, everybody.
Right there.
DJ, everybody in the chat, good evening.
I can barely hear you. I don't know why.
I lost your audio, Charlotte.
Sound like your volume's way down. Is mine down?
I can't hear you. Am I the only one?
Quiet.
Can you hear me?
More power to you, buddy, if you want to do it. It's like a 3-minute non-gravity experience, and you can breathe since they're almost. Oh, okay. Well, now that might be interesting. That might be really. Hey, DJ, talk to me. Let me see if I can hear you.
So your audio is
To my phone again.
I hear DJ just fine.
It's my stupid phone again.
how are you doing, Columbus?
Okay, here's what I'm going to have to do. Guys,
Yeah.
how do I, hang on a minute, I gotta read this real quick. Y'all know, here we go. Audio's a bit funny. Is it funny on my end too? Or just
On your
I can't hear you, Charlotte.
you can hear me?
I cannot.
no.
Thank you, Truth. Thank you. My
Charlotte.
audio's drowning. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? No sound. Oh crap.
Yeah,
Hang
Charlotte.
on. I'm gonna fix it.
Well,
I forgot how to mute my phone.
okay.
I heard you that time.
Your audio just improved.
Okay, am I in there yet?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yes.
Okay. How's that? Is that better?
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, that's way better.
Okay. Can I hear you guys? Say something to me.
Can you hear me?
Yes, it
Yes,
worked. It worked.
Testing.
Okay,
I did it.
cool.
Look, y'all, I did it and I didn't panic, which is amazing.
Yeah.
Because you know me, I usually just like totally panic. Okay.
Yes.
I need this view to change. There we go. There we go.
Are we all set?
We are set now. I'm rocking and rolling. I'm using my computer, but it is what it is.
Yep. So how are you, Charlotte?
Well, I'm gonna throw my 2 cents worth in there, Charlotte. You need to take
What's
the
your
cruise.
You think I need to take a cruise too?
Take the cruise.
Well, Truth thinks I need to do it too. I don't know.
Well,
See,
my wife,
now-
my ex wanted to go for a few years, and I kept pushing back, and finally she just booked the damn thing
Yeah.
and told me when she was going if I wanted to join her. And I just didn't want to be stuck on a boat with a bunch of kids and
Right.
nowhere to go and all that stuff.
Can't escape.
And we took I think it was 5 days, and I left claw marks on the railing when they pried me off of it after 5 days.
Well, you know,
It,
I was
it was
reading.
the best time.
Was it?
Yeah, and you never even saw the kids. They have activities for the kids. It was one of my better vacations.
Nice.
I'll be
And I
darned.
did not want to go. I went kicking and screaming all the way there.
Well, you know, it reminds me of the trip that I had to take to Vegas. And that was my obligatory trip to my daughter's wedding. And I hated Vegas, y'all. I hated it.
That's because
It's
I
too
wasn't
much.
there then.
Too much.
Yeah.
Too much stuff going on. Look, the best part of my Vegas trip was the last night we were there. The kids wanted us to go somewhere with them and stay out all night and get hooted. And I said, no, I'm exhausted. We have done nothing but run for 4 days, and I want to just relax. So me and Poppy went back to our room. And we kept hearing this screaming. Ah!
I guess it's late enough you can tell this story.
I know, right? It sounds obscene, doesn't it? So we look
Sound
out
like
the
we're off to a
window.
good start.
It was coming from outside. So we look out the window, and there's these people bungee jumping off the side of the stratosphere.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say you must have been at the stratosphere.
I was. And so we sat there in the bed all night watching these idiots jump off the top of the building and fly back. That was the most entertaining we'd been all the whole time. It was great.
Nice.
That and the cigar that we smoked after my daughter got married. We lit up the cigars at the reception and said, "The fat lady has sung. She's yours now."
Handed the keys over.
Right?
Cool.
It didn't work out that way, though. I mean, he still needs a lot of assistance. God love him. Wesley's gonna. I don't know if it's this weekend or next weekend. But listen here, y'all. My daughter, she is. Look, I can't stand Vegas. Truth. I don't ever want to go back. I really don't. Once was enough for me.
Well, you might have tried to take in too much at once. It can be total sensory overload.
Yeah.
Just the lights alone. Because we got there, let's see. The limo picked my dog. Look, that's the first time in my life I ever rode in a limousine, y'all. It was amazing. So I get off the airplane and I get escorted into this limousine, and I'm like, what is going on here?
Yeah.
The limousine took us straight to the hotel. my in-laws met us at the hotel. Well, the soon-to-be in-laws, they're in-laws now. Her in-laws took us up to our room and said, "Here, have a great time." And I'm like, "Are you serious?" They paid for our hotel room. I mean, we weren't even expecting it, but they were like, "Here's your key. Have a great time." What? So, and you know, we were the mother of the bride. We were the parents of the bride. I think we were supposed to pay for everything, but thank God nobody remembers the rules, right?
Yeah.
So the first night we were there, we went to Fremont Street, which was really a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Nice.
But y'all, and I'm not trying to be one of them people that starts a hater thing. And I'm not trying to be ugly against anybody. But little people scare me to death. And I know it's a terrible thing.
You mean
and
little adults? Tiny adults?
Yes.
Oh,
like
okay.
Ones that are smaller than me.
Okay.
And I'm only 5 feet tall. But little people scared
Where
me.
exactly did you go?
I went to Fremont Street, and they were having this circus of little people in the middle of the street, and I nearly freaked out. It was insane. And then there were lovely young ladies walking the streets over there.
Just trying to earn a living.
Well, I know that's what they were working. They were, like my daddy said, and they were advertising too. If you ain't gonna remember the whole, if you're not gonna do business, don't advertise.
Hey, you don't get the sale if you don't ask for it.
That's right. And boy, I tell you what, the advertisement was absolutely stunning. I mean, stunning. And
What's
God
up?
knows, I told Poppy, I said, "You sure you don't want to date with one of them? They're beautiful." He said, "Charlotte, I don't want to date with one of them. It might be a man." I said, "Well, I never thought of that." But you never know. Your one of your siblings, Dwayne said his sibling got married in Las Vegas in the 80s. I'm sure it was a little different then.
Oh, yeah.
But then all the guys went to some kind of girly bar, you know, because that's what you do the night before you get married, I guess. And then...
Uh-oh. Did you do that, DJ?
No, not me.
Well, Charlotte, if you're still with us, we've lost you.
Yeah, so
Thumbs
you're
up.
close all and
I wonder if she knows it yet.
yeah. Okay, she
Well, she figured
probably
it out.
knows.
Well, so far she hasn't said anything that turns me off of Vegas.
Yeah, I mean,
I used to go every year. It's probably been 20 years since I've been, but I used to go every year for about 8-9 years in a row.
nice. I never
Can y'all hear me?
been myself.
We got you back, Charlotte.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Can't hear you, but we got video,
Okay.
no audio.
I'm gonna fix it.
All right.
But yeah, I would like to come myself, but you know, might not be ideal case for someone in a wheelchair.
I think
They got everything. Excuse me, DJ. Everything's pretty much accessible.
Okay.
It's just there's a lot of ground to cover. I mean, you may be you
Can
may
you
be in
hear
a
me
hotel
now?
and want to go to the next hotel
Yes.
next door, and it may
I
be
can't hear y'all, but can
quarter of a
y'all hear
mile.
me?
Yeah, I got you.
Maybe not.
But yeah, I mean, the cell phone,
Yeah, they've
it
got
was
everything. They've got everything set up ADA. I mean, if you wanted to,
nice.
I mean, I don't think you'd have an issue getting around, other than you'd wear yourself out unless you had a motorized chair, because it's
Well, yeah,
hard to imagine the scale of everything.
yeah, I only have a motorized chair, and we've also all completely so. But yeah, we want to make that trip one of these years, but we would need to get like a RV to do it, because for us that would seriously be
So you can hear
a
me now without the microphone?
yes, a little
Okay,
bit,
I can just barely hear y'all. I don't know what to do about that. Let
but
me get
yeah,
my set and I'm gonna see if that's okay.
okay. But yeah, that would be a cross country trip from
Yeah,
well,
I think you'd have a blast, CJ or DJ.
yeah, most likely. And,
Granny getting serious now. She's putting the ears on.
yeah, and that.
Can y'all hear me now?
I can hear you.
Yes.
Oh, thank goodness. I need to buy myself some of these. These are amazing.
Yeah, I mean,
Go ahead. I'm sorry, DJ.
that's what I use when I love sleep all the
You use your
time.
headset?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I've got to do something because, well, what I probably should do is start streaming with my other cell phone.
Pull the mic
I've
away
got.
just a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know how. How's that? Is that
That's
better?
better. It was overdriving.
Okay. Oh, I see. And here I am trying to talk really soft because I know it's close to my mouth.
No, just talk normal. It'll get you.
Okay.
yeah.
But I think I'm going to start using the Samsung that I have. It's a Note something. It's a Note.
Okay.
And because I think this one that I have is trying to be on its last leg.
Yeah.
I've had it for 3 years. That's usually the lifespan of a Motorola. And and look, so now I have to decide, do I buy the freezer or do I buy a phone? But I'm getting that freezer, y'all.
When you done decided.
I'm getting that damn freezer. I have been wanting this freezer for probably 3 or 4 years. And I'm getting that freezer this weekend. I don't know if it's going to get here this weekend, but I'm going to purchase it this weekend.
Nice. You get an upright or a chest?
It's an upright, and it's a really small upright. It's only 8.5 cubic feet, but I have a very, very limited space that I can put it in. And the dimensions of this 8.5 cubic foot freezer probably go over that space by about a half an inch, but it'll still go. Still go. I'll just have to find another spot for the cat litter box.
Oh, that's easy.
Yeah. Outside. But yeah, it's going to be fine. I'm very excited about it because y'all, have y'all tried to buy chicken this week?
No, I haven't been to the store this week.
My buddy who lives right here where I live. You know when you go to Walmart and they have those prepackaged chicken breasts, like 3 pounds for, I don't know. I used to pay $10 for it.
Yeah.
And they're like flash frozen and then stuck in a bag with a Ziploc.
Yeah.
$32 a bag
For chicken?
for
What?
chicken.
That's more than I paid for brisket last weekend.
Look what Queen Mercy just said. She tried to shop, but she walked out crying. It's insane, the prices of chicken. You could pay the same price for steak that you're paying for chicken. It's ridiculous.
I bought
Yeah.
brisket at $1.87 a pound last weekend.
Mm-hmm.
In
I
fact,
know you did.
In fact, I ground up 4 of them. I ground up 67 pounds of brisket last weekend and put it in the freezer.
Look, I'm going to send you a whole bunch of brisket when it goes on sale here. And I'm going to send you a cooler full of dry ice. You got 24 hours, okay? What I need to do is get me a meat grinder, but God knows I don't honestly believe that I can afford to buy a really nice one right now. It would have to be some cheap thing that really didn't work very well, and I don't want to do that either. So,
Well, you want something that's not going to burn up in the middle of your grind.
exactly. You have a Queen says she's got a turkey breast in her freezer for last Thanksgiving, and we're gonna you better make it your best buddy. That's right. Dwayne said inflation is going up exponentially. Oh, well, and it's not just inflation about the chickens. I guess apparently a lot of these chicken farms, they're having to test for avian flu on a very, very super regular basis. And anytime they find it, they have to cull the chickens. So that's driving the price up. Not necessarily that they're having to kill a bunch of chickens. Just the thought of that having to happen, I think, is inflating the price.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I know for a fact that Murray McMurray Chicken Hatchery, they sell baby chicks through the mail. They were working on a line of chickens that they wanted to market, and one of their barns caught the avian flu.
Uh-oh.
And they had to dispose of all of those chickens in that barn. However, they had eggs from those chickens in the hatcheries. So they're going to be able to start over. But the point is they have to start over.
Right.
So it's going to be another year or two before they can actually market those chickens for sale now.
Yeah.
So, because everything takes time.
Mm-hmm.
But, I was going to tell you about my daughter. Remember when I told y'all that she plowed up her backyard with the tiller? Just a little bit of it. Maybe 10-foot wide strip all the way down, maybe 30 feet. She planted that whole thing. She's got tomatoes and squash and collards. And, of course, I told her the collards and the broccoli's going to die before they get, But she didn't know. She just bought what the store had.
Yeah.
She planted her corn in the wrong place. She planted it in the shade. That was a bad idea. But the rest of it's growing really good. Her potatoes are growing beautifully. She's got carrots. The tomatoes are doing real well. The peppers are doing okay. And I'm like, well, shoot, that's all you need.
I've got squash blossoms already.
I do too. I got a baby squash on my squash plant. It's a yellow one. I've got a zucchini, a little baby zucchini, but the flower hadn't bloomed yet. It's supposed to probably bloom in the morning, but there's no other male flowers. I don't think I'll be able to pollinate it. So that one will probably fall off. But it's okay because, everything catches up eventually.
Yeah, it's still early.
It's early still. And I hadn't seen one bee in my yard. But I do I've got lots of zinnias planted. Look, all these zinnias that are coming up are volunteers from last year. I planted a whole bunch of them in a kiddie pool. All different colors. Well, apparently I didn't do anything with them. So I pulled out all the dead ones, I guess in January, and we threw them away. Well, me and Poppy took all the soil out and
we had to dig out all the dollar weed. So we just basically took the soil out of the pools, put it in a container, pulled all the dollar weed out, and then stuck it back in the pool.
Mm-hmm.
I have got at least 30 zinnias coming up.
Nice.
In that
That's
pool.
a nice display.
Oh, it's going to be beautiful. But I don't know if they're only going to be pink ones or if they're going to be all different colors. I don't know what to expect. But it'll be, even if it's all pink, it's going to be a beautiful profusion of flowers, you know.
Yeah.
I've got a grid, you know, because I put all those fencing over my beds to keep the cats out during gardening season.
Mm.
So I've got that grid over it. So I've been thinning them so that I have one plant every 4 sections of fence. So basically they're about 6 inches apart.
Okay.
And so I'm going to go in and fill in all of the spaces that are left with other zinnia colors that I have.
Cool.
They won't
Nice.
bloom at the same time, but eventually they'll all catch up and they'll bloom at the same time.
Mm.
Yeah. I'm very excited about the zinnias. You know, y'all, that's one of my favorite flowers in the whole world. Yes, Brenda, I could. In fact, that yellow squash that I had the other day, I did that. I don't even use a Q-tip. What I do is I pull off the male flower and I peel all the petals off and just rub it around on the female part of the plant. And boom, I got squash. So,
Hey, Charlotte,
I mean,
have you seen any hummingbirds yet? I've got
no,
quite a few hummingbirds been hanging around the house.
not one yet.
So
Not
we
one.
put the feeders out because they're all heading north. I'm trying to get some of them to hang
Trying
around.
to catch them. We get hummingbird season, but I'll tell you this: usually we get them on their way back in the fall.
On the way south, yeah.
Yeah, we usually get them on the way back, but we do get purple martins, and I'm really excited. I think we're almost there at the purple martin season, and I'm so excited because I got my bird feeders out for them. And actually, I'm about to get myself my daughter has an extra bluebird house, and I'm going to put that up on the side of the shed.
Well, I bought two new hummingbird feeders today.
Oh, good.
Well, the wife broke one last weekend.
Oh, no.
Good.
And asking me to get her a new countertop for
Uh-huh.
the greenhouse for years. So if you remember right, last year I built that concrete countertop for her.
Right.
She got her feeders out this weekend. First thing she did was drop one on that countertop.
Oh, no. I bet she
Big
felt
pieces.
terrible. Bless her heart. That's terrible.
So I picked her up a couple new ones today.
Good.
Uh,
I love the pretty feeders. Oh, Brenda said they can't put their bird feeders out in the summertime because they attract bears. Y'all, I'm
Wow.
petrified of bears.
Where are you at, Brenda?
Are you in Canada? Why do I get the feeling I think she's in Canada? Maybe Yellowstone. See, now that's somewhere I want to go, y'all. That's my dream vacation right there.
nice.
Is Yellowstone Park, some cabin up in the middle of the woods.
Ontario.
And Ontario. Okay. Now that makes sense then. What about mooses? Does it attract mooses? How the hell do you say it, y'all?
All them moose.
All them moose. All y'all mooses. I love to look at them, but I'm petrified of a moose too. Look, y'all, I'm too scared of stuff. I need to quit being scared and just go do it. That's what I ought to do. Hey, Skinner Farms, how are you? It is your first time here.
Hey, Josh, how you doing?
Josh was on Marcel's live stream the other night, And-
Yeah.
and I met him there, and now he's here with us. Thank you for coming, Josh.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Was that loud?
No.
No.
A baby. Oh my God! Shut up. She said a baby moose ran around our house a few years ago. He was huge and finally found the woods again. Oh God. I'd had a heart attack. Y'all, if I saw a moose, I would die. I mean, they're beautiful from a distance. And see, look, did y'all know that in Yellowstone, I think it was Yellowstone, 2 wolverines have been spotted? One of the most obscure animals in the entire park. And they've been spotted. Well, I don't know if it was 2 separate incidences or if it was, I don't know if it was the same wolverine in 2 separate incidences or 2 different wolverines.
Yeah.
Y'all, I keep up with that stuff because I love Yellowstone. You ran up to take his picture, and hubby said, "Stay back. He will. He'll eat you alive. He'll beat you to death. He
Well,
will."
he should give you a picture for free.
He should have. He should have given her a picture for free.
Yeah.
Son, I'm using your headset because mine won't work. So thank you for having it out there for me. I need to buy one. So I need you to tell me what the name of it is and everything.
Astro A10.
It's an Astro A10.
I have no idea.
Is that what you said? Astro A10. Why are you drinking creamer out of the?
I'm not. It's coffee. And then I got
Why are you drinking coffee at midnight, 1:00 in the morning? Go to bed, son. No, water, not coffee, not at 1:00 in the morning. Forget it. Water. Good night. Did you get in the shower?
Not yet.
Well, if you're that bored, get in the shower. You look like a teenager. Oh
So is
my!
it the headphones that you need, Charlotte, or is it a microphone you need, or both?
Say that again.
You just need a microphone, or the whole headphone microphone combo.
The combo, because I have a microphone. I got this really cool Rode mini mic thing,
Yeah.
and I love this thing. But I can't hear you guys if it's plugged in. Y'all can hear me great, but I can't hear y'all.
Yeah.
And then, so it works really good when I'm just making regular videos. However, this is a really good setup, and I don't necessarily love wearing this, but if it works, it works.
Yeah. And so
Mm-hmm.
I know you do the 810 whatever,
Mm-hmm.
but you could just get a generic off-brand headset for like maybe $75
Okay.
because the one I have
Uh-huh.
is a off-brand one.
Right.
It cost me like 20 on Amazon. So
That's a good deal. Yeah, I could pay that. That wouldn't hurt my feelings a bit.
yeah, before you go looking for a expensive headset, just know they're all cheaper options.
Options. Okay. Hey,
Yeah.
Patrick, how are you?
How you doing, Patrick?
Hey, Patrick.
What happened to my computer, y'all? Well, oh, there it is. Never mind. Good Lord, have mercy. Well, the problem earlier was that my internet went out, and I don't understand why, but it did. And let me look and see if it's back. See, it seems to be back on now. But I have fiber optic internet. This should not be happening ever. Because, yeah, it's fiber optic internet. But it did. It went out, and the reason y'all could still see me is because my data was on. I was using my data on my phone,
Yeah.
and my data on my phone really seems to be more dependable than my internet service.
I mean, that's how it is for me. I mean, I live in the middle of nowhere, or internet comes out quite often.
Does it?
Yeah, but I have good service, so if it comes out, I switch over to using my data.
Mm, mm, mhm, mhm, mhm. Well, it's irritating when it happens, isn't it?
Yeah, for me, it may happen like if I'm just watching a video on YouTube and it goes out. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
She wants to be. Oh,
What?
Grumpus texted to Patrick that I want to be like him when I grow up. Yeah, I know. Everybody wants to be like Grumpus. Everybody. I'm just using my son's high tech stuff because my high tech stuff is crap in the bed. That's an old Navy term for not working right.
Yeah.
They used to say it crapped the bed, only they don't say crap.
I could kind of guess that.
Yeah. But I'll get it figured out. What I would really like to do, I love using my phone to do this, all of this. I love using the phone because it's easy. If I had a camera with all the bells and whistles, I wouldn't know what to do with it. And the phone makes it super simple for me in my technologically challenged lifestyle that I live. Yeah. And one of these days, I'd really like to learn a lot more, but there's just nobody. And see, I don't learn. I know I sound really dumb, but when I watch videos on YouTube, it just sounds like the Charlie Brown teacher to me. Wah, 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 wah,
Okay, so.
And I need somebody.
Plug it in and it works.
I need somebody to show me what to do, to watch me do it, tell me I'm doing it right. And it wouldn't take me but 2 or 3 times doing it, and I would have it down pat.
So,
but, go ahead, I'm listening, DJ.
Would you say that you're more of a hands-on?
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm kinesthetic to the core.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if I do it once, I probably won't ever forget it. Okay, maybe twice.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, that's how I am when it comes to YouTube.
And I know a lot of learning on YouTube is really trial and error and making mistakes and figuring it out.
You're telling me I could tell you about
Yeah, Brenda. Go ahead, I'm listening, DJ.
Tell you about the one mistake that I made for over 50 videos, and I didn't find out until like November of 2018 that I could have done something about it.
Oh no.
The mistake was my pencils on my green screen were too small,
Okay.
and I didn't know that I could resize it in my editing software.
Oh.
For about
Well,
5 months, I always had a tiny picture behind me, but if I just looked closer, I could have resized it
mm,
easily.
mm.
So, yeah.
You know, there's things I need to do to fix some of my videos too, but I'm not doing it. I
Yeah,
mean, I'm not an editing Nazi though. I'm really not. I put myself out there. I edit out the ums and ahs and oh shits. Well, unless it's a live stream, and then
yeah,
I put it up there. I don't care if it looks like I'm doing the same thing in the last frame, because I'm just not a detailed person like that. I can't. If I had to think about all that, I would go crazy.
yeah.
So,
For myself, I cut out if I saw do take,
mm-hmm.
and then for now, I don't know if this has helped you at all with my videos, but for the past month,
Uh-huh.
I have been speeding up my videos by
I noticed that. I did notice that. I did. And I think that's probably a good idea.
Okay.
Of course, I see. I've been talking to you for so long, DJ, that I understand most of everything now.
Yeah,
Once in a great while, I have to say, "What did you say?" or
yeah,
something
I
like that.
know.
But and so to me, it either way don't bother me. But
Yeah,
I did notice that it was sped up, and I appreciated it. I mean, really.
yeah, but I mean, and it's not really for the people who understand me. It's more for the people who
Who don't?
who aren't
Mm-hmm.
used to me, and
Right.
frankly, who aren't gonna take the
The
time.
time. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
that's and
I think it was a good idea though, because that way you get more people to view more of your video.
yeah,
You get more watch time from that, I think.
yeah.
And that's
I mean,
what I was thinking whenever you did it.
yeah. I have seen a increase in the amount watched, but and it might seem like it's sped up a lot,
Mm-hmm.
but to be honest, it's only sped up to 1.3 times.
Okay. Okay.
the
I didn't
speed.
think it sounded like, because some people will speed the stuff up and it sounds like Mickey Mouse talking. I didn't get that. I didn't get that at all.
Yeah, I tried it at 1.5 times.
Uh-huh. It was just too much, huh?
Yeah, it was too fast for
Right.
me.
Mm-hmm.
And I tried to 1.25, that
Mhm.
was good,
Mhm.
but I thought I could do a bit better, so bumped it up to 1.3, and that's where
It made more sense to you.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's where I'm leaving it for right now.
Right. Right. Hey,
And
let me ask all of the men in here a quick question. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, DJ. I apologize.
okay.
But when you're using a washcloth, do y'all like washcloths just to fit in your hand, or do you like a whole bunch of it around there? Like a whole bunch of washcloth.
Be smaller.
See, I like smaller too. I like.
I use a loofah, so
Okay.
no.
Oh, DJ, I can make you a crocheted loofah
DJ all fancy there.
on a stick.
Yeah, I'm good solid, but say you.
He said, "Take your crochet and shove it, Charlotte."
No.
I know. No, I was just curious because I am of the smaller washcloth. But I'm also, I mean, my hands are the size of a 12-year-old. So I don't like a whole lot of washcloth in my hand. But everybody's different, you know.
Yeah, I get it.
And the reason I'm asking is because the lady that I was watching a really cool pattern that I thought was beautiful. And I thought, oh, that'd make a great washcloth because it has little knobbies on it and it would, feel like you were getting clean. And she made that thing 13 by 13. And I thought, good God, that's a great big old washcloth. So I went and measured the ones I bought from the store. And the biggest one I've got from the store that I don't even like is 11 by 11.
Okay, so.
Yeah, like little knobbies. Oh, God, Patrick is going to help me explain knobbies.
They're like bumps.
Bumps. Yeah, bumps. Hello, Patrick. We caught you.
Hey, Pat.
It means something a bit different here, Charlotte.
It probably would. Yeah. There's a lot of things different over there, huh?
Yes.
Yes, rough bumps in the fabric. So that way it would scrub better. Like a scrub brush or, whatever. Never mind. I'm just going to shut up now. So
In a few hours from now, I'll tell you what it means.
Okay.
I'll tell you what it means later. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Is that a bad thing?
Well, no, it's just, isn't this a family show at this early hour?
Okay. Yeah, it was still family hour.
Show,
okay. Yes, it is. To some degree, yes.
DJ, what are you wearing?
I'm in bed with nothing on except my underwear.
Nice.
He's wearing his skivvies.
Nice.
That's what Poppy would say. Poppy would say he's got his skivvies on.
As a question, does anyone? Because I've never understood people that wear pajamas and clothing to bed. Does anyone here do that? Do you do that, Grumpus? No, I wear nothing.
It's like a rebirth every morning.
Yes. Well, every morning I'm surprised that I wake up. But no, I don't wear it. I've never been into the whole pajama thing or.
I feel like
wearing
a straight jacket.
Yeah, I know.
I love wearing jammies.
Is it a female thing more than a male thing?
It might be. It might
I'm
be.
not sure.
Yeah, the,
Because they make pretty jammies, and
Hmm.
ladies like to look pretty.
the only
In-
time I wear pajamas at
Mhm.
all
Mhm.
is when it's 40 degrees at night
Mhm.
and it's gonna be real cold. So that's the only
Right.
time I wear anything.
I
Brenda's
thought you were
up-
going to say. I thought you were going to say when you go to the disco.
Oh God.
No.
No.
Patrick.
Do they still call them
Discos don't.
discos?
No, they
that-
don't.
The discotheque? No, they
Uh,
don't call them that.
Oh yeah, silk PJs are amazing, Brenda. I
On
love
silk
them.
sheets.
nice.
No, I don't like silk sheets.
No, with silk PJs.
No, no. Them things are too slippery. I don't like those.
Yeah.
They don't stay on the bed unless you buy a bed garter. But yeah, I prefer. Don't laugh at me, y'all.
Never.
I usually wear either one of Poppy's t-shirts and a pair of sweatpants,
Never.
or I like shorter nightgowns, like dresses almost, but they're short nightgowns. I like those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm liking the sound of that too.
Well, they're not the kind that you're imagining. They're like granny shorties.
Oh, okay.
So, but yeah, they're not the cute little baby doll things that,
Oh.
yeah. No,
Yeah.
I'm too old for that nonsense. I do
You're
like,
You're never
like-
too old, Charlotte.
yes, you are.
Young as you feel.
I feel like I'm 1,012.
Oh, no.
Well, you look good for it.
Well, thank you so much.
She does. She does look good.
But most of my shenanigans is because if I went to bed in the buff, Poppy would think that was an open invitation to marital bliss.
Uh,
Well, heaven forbid he should think that.
So exactly,
Yes.
heaven forbid.
Heaven forbid.
So if I'm not in the mood for marital bliss, then by goodness, I put my clothes on.
So you're just saying he has to earn it.
No, I'm
Work
saying
for
I'm telling you what, let him try to earn it while I've got my clothes on, and that won't work very well.
Sometimes,
I
though,
told
the
him-
imagination can take over.
Well, sometimes it can, I'm sure.
Yep.
I'm sure. My grandma used to say, it's best to leave everything to the imagination, Charlotte.
Wise
And
woman,
now that I'm
wise woman.
older, I do understand what she means by that. She used to tell me the story of Gypsy Rose Lee. She was that stripper that never took her clothes off. She just, well, she would hide everything strategically with props and things like that. And back then, in that day, the men went crazy over it. They couldn't get enough of her. And that's how I learned about her, was from my grandma trying to explain to me that I should not wear that really short mini skirt.
Okay.
And it was so funny when I was young. I would go and say, "Hey, don't you think that this skirt needs to be a little bit shorter?" And I'd roll it up a little bit on the waist. She'd go, "No, put it down, put it down. That looks trashy. Don't do that." But I just did it to get a reaction from her because it was funny. But because I would have never. Now, one time I did go to a Halloween party, and I had on this. It was like a bodysuit type thing, but it was all spider webs. And then I had,
Spiderwebs.
yeah, and then I had a skirt and this really cool purple sweater that had great big holes in it over it. And it was kind of cool. For the occasion, it was cool. It wasn't every day walking around out in public cool. But
Yeah.
for the occasion, it was kind of a cool outfit. I went over there to drop one of the kids off, and she looked at me. She says, "You gonna go in public looking like that?" I said, "Well, why not?" She says, "Well, I can see everything." I said, "Well, okay then. Yeah, I guess I am."
Yeah.
Well, she was telling a great big fib. You couldn't see everything.
I'm
Just
sure
the
you
il-
couldn't.
Just the illusion of everything.
Yeah, well, it's the illusion. It's the imagination takes over.
That's right.
Sort of like me. I claim to have a cooking channel, but I leave it to your imagination to
You know what?
imagine that I can cook. Just imagine that.
Yeah. You did a pretty good job on that shrimp sandwich the other day.
You did.
Was that yesterday or was that
Strict
yesterday?
photography. Strict photography.
Is that what it was? Because man, oh man, I wanted a shrimp sandwich after I saw that.
It's fake cooking. It's fake cooking.
Fake cooking.
Mm.
Wow. Oh,
Good
I have to tell Patrick my good news. I'm buying myself one of those induction burners this weekend.
Oh, you're gonna love it.
know. Well, I can't have it till after Mother's Day because I have to wrap it up for myself for Poppy and the kids to give to me for Mother's Day. Because if I don't buy it for myself, I won't get it. And I
That's a
figured,
good plan. You should buy yourself a Ferrari,
well, I wouldn't want one of those.
a helicopter, or something.
A helicopter would be nice,
Well, they're
If I
gonna
could-
pay for it.
but I would need a driver. I would need a driver. But I don't know. I don't know if I could get in a helicopter. It's hard enough for me to get in the airplane.
Grumpus probably knows how to fly a helicopter.
Grumpus, can you fly? Oh, well, I guess
Absolutely
not.
not. Wouldn't have
You
a
could
problem.
learn. You could learn. You could learn.
We could
I
all
have a-
learn.
I actually have a friend that used to fly helicopters in the Navy. I bet you he could fly me.
There you go.
But he lives in
listen,
California.
be very, very careful with that induction cooktop. Just don't put it on high
Right.
immediately.
Right. Okay. I remember what you said the other night that
it's
it
like-
was hard
Like
to.
nuclear, instant nuclear heat.
Yeah.
So
Well,
you
the
gotta
one
be-
I'm buying is only 1,800 watts.
That's nuclear.
Is that still too much?
Oh
is
yeah,
it?
because
Okay.
it's like immediate. It's not
Wow.
like you've got to if you've got to heat something up, just be careful that you don't think it's like electric or gas. It takes a while. No,
Okay.
it's immediately
right.
that hot. Yeah.
Okay. Hey,
As long as
show
you
me
know that.
Sasquatch. How are you? I don't know what all those emojis are. It's a monkey, and can y'all see? Is it the wind and
Yes.
cloud and clouds? He's just saying I'm full of hot air. That's all. But you know what? I'm very excited to get it and be able to use it. I made tortellini for dinner tonight with a creamy pesto sauce. It was delicious.
Mm.
It was very, very good. And actually, I didn't make the tortellini myself because I just don't do that.
Yeah.
I bought it in the freezer
bought it?
section,
Nice.
and it was really, really good. I was surprised at how good it was. But boiling the water took over 15 minutes on my stove, and it
Why
was
take that-
ridiculous.
No, it won't take that long with induction.
Well, that's what I told Poppy. I said, Patrick told me that if I had an induction cooktop, that it would boil immediately. I
Well,
said, that's
not
what I
immediately,
mean.
but
Well,
really,
within
really
5
fast.
minutes is immediately to me. You know.
Well, like
Because-
a kettle.
Mhm.
That's how quick it is to boil.
Okay. Yeah, those things. That's pretty quick, guys. I need to take a break. Y'all get it. Y'all take care of everything for me real quick.
Right on.
Wait a minute. She made hot dogs and a chocolate fudge cake. That's my kind of dinner, Brenda.
Nice.
Mm,
Yeah.
it does sound good. So, what's your story, Grumpus? What's all the news?
Just working around here. I'm still trying to edit my videos so I can get them posted.
Ah, do you need some help, Grumpus?
And I just can't, I don't know about your work, But since the 1st of January, we've just exploded.
Yeah.
All of my customers have let their inventory run low for the last 2 years. And it's just been, how fast can I get this? And I've run out. What can you do to help me? And it's just killing us.
Yeah, well, it's the same sort of problem with me, but we can't get staff. Well, in fact, we just have found a couple of staff, but it's been a nightmare.
Yeah.
I've been putting in an awful lot of overtime. By the time I get home, all day I'm saying, man, as soon as I get home, I'll get editing, and I don't have that much more to do. But the time I get home, cook supper. If I park myself in a chair besides right in front of my computer, I don't make it in here.
Yeah.
I know the feeling. It's only in the past couple of weeks that I've started to feel a bit better because we've only just recently, literally within the past month, found a couple of people, and I can't believe we actually found them.
Oh, good.
Nice.
So I've just been full. It's just been full on.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't necessarily need to hire anybody. I got plenty of guys that are enjoying the overtime.
Right.
But
Right.
I'm salary, so I don't make any extra money. But I'm putting in, 60, 70 hours a week.
Same with me. I'm on the same. I don't make any overtime, but I've had to do most of the work myself.
Right.
In fact,
Right.
night before last, I was sending the quotes out to customers, and it was 1:00 in the morning.
Oh my God.
I had to bring some work home with me and get some quotes.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm gonna help. Good
All
night,
right, DJ.
guys.
I'm so glad that you came and hung out with us for a little while.
Yeah, and
Oh, DJ.
You have a
All
good
right.
evening.
Yeah, you get
too.
some good sleep.
Oh, well, good night, guys.
All right. Take care, sweetheart.
See you later.
Poppy's been working really hard lately too. Am I doing the thing again? It's kind of close.
No, you're all right.
Okay.
That sounds
Let me
good.
know.
That's normal.
Poppy's had to go to Alabama, 2 hours away from here. And it's been really hard on him, because his knee is in such bad shape. So driving for 2 solid hours hurts his knee. And it's his right knee, so he's always having to take it off and put it on the brake or the gas pedal. And it's just been really hard. He comes home real grumpy because he probably hurts.
Yeah.
And then, I have to tell him, shut up. And that don't go over real well. And
Just forego that freezer and get him a Tesla so it'd drive itself.
you know what? I would love to do that. I really would. It's not going to happen. Not this week. But you know what? I've come to a conclusion about the reason I've been so apprehensive about moving to another place. And this sounds crazy, but when my grown children were growing up, and leaving the nest, we had a 5-bedroom house. And I always knew that if they needed to come home, there was a place for them to come to. And that was a comfort to me, because I knew that no matter what happened in the world to these crazy children who just, life happens all the time. And they're going to screw up eventually. And, I did. I didn't never go home, but there were times I wished I could have went home, But I always had a soft place for them to fall, And I told Wesley, I said, if we get a 2-bedroom house or mobile home or whatever we get, or even a 1-bedroom, because that's what he wants to do. I said, our kids won't have any place to go if they need us. And that upsets me a little bit. And I think I figured out that that's why I'm so apprehensive about it. So
Yeah,
he
but
told.
you can't sell your kids short. They're probably smarter than you think.
And they are, Well, I'll tell you this, and me and Wesley talked about it tonight, and I told him what I was thinking about it, and he said he understood that because I'm a mom, you know. And he said, well, why don't we just get us a 3-bedroom house, and we'll just put your office in there, and I'll have a hobby room, and then if the kids need to come home, we can put them in the dining room.
Yeah.
I said, all right, then we can do that. So I think we got more of a focus, which makes me feel better.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
Would you consider adopting me, Charlotte?
She's already filled up in 3 bedrooms.
I done raised 7 children, Patrick.
Well, then an 8th one's going to not be a problem, and plus I'm all grown up now.
Well, that's what they all say.
I just might need a place to stay sometime.
Well, I'll make sure you have a place to stay.
And I know that I can't stay at Grumpus's place, so.
Yeah, because he kicks them out, don't he?
Not
Well,
very
no,
good.
No.
he'd probably just make me wash the dishes, and
He might. He might. You know what Wesley told me? He says, well, we could always just put a tent up there and give him a water hose.
I had similar
I was going to
conversation
say that.
a few years ago.
Yeah.
Because all of her kids are on the other side of Houston.
Right.
And she wanted to sell this place and buy a house on the other side of Houston to be closer to her kids.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
no.
So why the hell would I do that? Because they'd just turn around and move, and I'm stuck on the other side of town.
Right. Right. Yeah. Well, Poppy's job is probably going to give up the lease on the building that they're in because they're looking for property over by, well, it's between here and Pascagoula. Do you know where Ocean Springs is?
No, not really.
Okay. Well, Ocean Springs is halfway between here and Pascagoula. And so basically it's east of me.
Okay.
By about 40 minutes, 45 minutes.
It's not far of a drive.
No, it's not far at all. But I want to move west about 20 minutes. And that would make his drive really, really far to go to work. So I don't know.
My wife drives across town, and it takes her an hour to get to work and an hour to get home.
Well, when we lived in Virginia, Poppy was that way. And we didn't live but 13 miles from the base, but it took him an hour to get there, an hour to get back.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous. And then when he worked out at Oceana, that was 30 miles, but it still took forever because the traffic was so bad.
Right.
But I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'm not going to worry about it too much until the boy graduates high school. And that's 5 years
You got plenty of time to figure it out.
if it's not 6.
Well, maybe we should wait till then to do the adoption because I'll be ready to retire.
Probably. I think Poppy might be ready to retire then too, so y'all could have big fun.
I can't wait.
I could build like a great big garage in the backyard with a kitchen and a bathroom and a couple of bunk beds. And y'all could have y'all could have the time of your life.
Yeah, except the bunk bed thing, I don't know. I don't do bunk beds.
Oh, you don't? Well.
No, queen size is the minimum.
Well, it could be a queen size bunk bed.
No.
Poppy can build anything. Yeah,
Well, then he
man,
could
shed.
Maybe he could build 2 sheds, one for each of us.
Well, and that's a possibility too. Yeah. Little tiny homes for each of you. But Poppy's going to want a great big garage.
I'd make a great son. I'll buy you flowers on Mother's Day. I'll
Oh,
remember
wow.
your birthday. I'll tell
Well,
you
it'd
I
have to
love
be
you.
both. I
Oh,
don't
of
need
course.
all that shit.
Well, even
Just-
better for me then.
Just mow the yard.
Oh, I can do that. Yep.
That's all I need. I need the yard mowed. Might need some weeding in the garden.
Mm.
Might need a chicken coop built about once every 3-4 years. Because
Oh, no,
wood
no.
rots.
No, the lawn.
Poppy will
the
teach you
garden,
how.
No.
Yeah.
No, I'll do the lawns. That's it. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Mother.
Mother. Oh, God, that is so
I'm
funny.
not doing that.
I have one child who calls me mother. And she's done it since the day she was able to speak. She used to call me mother. Mother.
Hello, Mother.
I've been
It's so-
called mother a few times.
Well, it's so funny because,
So have I.
oh, Brenda has a riding lawnmower. You should go to Brenda's house in Canada.
Brenda, if you've got a ride-on mower, I'm your man.
See, I don't have a ride-on mower. Mine's a push, but it's self-propelled, but it's a push.
Well, Poppy could probably turn it into a ride-on mower.
Poppy probably could.
Yeah.
Actually, he's going to be fixing Violet's car this weekend. We've got to put a battery in it and give it an oil change and some new tires.
Ooh.
So, but she got her driver's license last week.
Congratulations.
And, well, we had
Freedom.
we
Got
had a
freedom.
near no freedom yet. we had a near death experience her first day out.
That's normal.
Yeah, I know. I forgot how normal it was, and I nearly peed my pants in the middle of the street. God. Oh, Brenda's got a golf cart too,
She lives on a lake.
and lives on a lake. We're all moving there.
Mm.
Shoot. Well, the gardening season's not really long in Canada, is it?
Does she have RV hookups? I'll go buy one.
I was going to say I could get a heated greenhouse and put it out there on the lake. That's all I need,
Sounds fantastic.
doesn't it? Sounds wonderful.
Mm.
I have a friend who lives at the lake on a lake in Florida, and I keep threatening to go visit her. She's that friend that I've had since I was in middle school. Not Karen, not the one that was here the other night. But we were all friends together. You should see her greenhouse, Grumpus. God. Her husband built her a 20 by something long.
Oh, wow.
Beautiful. The timbers in it are 4x4s. They're enormous. And she's got just benches everywhere and lights everywhere. And I wish I had a picture of it. I'd show it to you. Maybe I could.
So how long is this going to continue with your work, Grumpus, like it is?
Yeah.
I hope things get down to a more manageable pace here if I can get everybody. Everybody just they're afraid to spend any money.
Right.
So, they want to, and in my particular work, we build the big wooden spools for cable
Mm-hmm.
and wire and tubing and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So my customers, they don't want to carry a lot of inventory because of the way the economy's been.
Right.
But at the same time, they want me to just pull a rabbit out of the hat and get them something instantly. And I keep telling them, I'm having a hard time getting lumber brought in, and I just can't load up on lumber. Number one, it's a lot of money. And number two,
Yes.
it just sits out in the yard and starts turning gray.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I can't just put a bunch of material on the ground and hope for the best.
Right.
So it's, they just have to wait. Simple as that.
Did you see what Brenda said? She's got 3 sheds and a 22-foot trailer for visitors. Woo!
And she's got moose.
And she has moose.
Move.
Y'all, I
Moose.
don't know what my password is for Facebook.
Now, how much longer do you want to keep doing this job, Grumpus?
Yeah.
I don't know. Probably I'll turn 70 in year and 3 months. So once I turn 70, I'll start drawing my Social Security, but I may keep working. As long as I'm able to work, there's really no reason not to.
Well, unless you have other things you want to do.
Well, I mean, I've got things I want to do, but I may be able to work a deal out to where I don't have to work as many hours.
Right. That's what my dad did.
It's not a job that I hate. It
Right.
gets irritating. Anytime you're dealing with customers,
Sure.
You get pretty fed up with the human race.
Right. Right.
But I've had a lot worse. I've had a lot of jobs I just hated to wake up in the morning. This isn't one of them. I don't mind the job.
Well, and that's a good thing.
Tired.
Yeah. Brenda said there's no guns. This is Canada. Wait a minute. How do you go hunting if you can't have guns?
Got to wrestle them things to the ground, I guess.
That's what I was wondering. You got to barehand it? Bow season?
I wouldn't want to do that. I reckon they've got more guns in Canada than we've got in Australia.
Y'all aren't even allowed to go hunting, are you?
There's nothing to hunt.
What do you mean?
What
Y'all
do
don't
you mean,
have
what do I do?
rabbits and birds and kangaroos and...
Oh, yeah.
Do you
They
have
get-
feral hogs down there?
Yeah.
Is that an issue for you guys
Yeah.
down there, like it is here in Texas?
Take them,
No idea.
them feral hogs and eat them.
You
I
have
mean,
to
we got
talk to someone.
like a rat infestation almost. I mean, the hogs are just tearing
Yeah.
everything up.
Yeah. That's the way it is
It
here a
might-
little bit.
It might be a problem, but I'm a city slicker, Grumpus.
Oh,
I
that's
have
right.
no idea. I never hear about it in the news or anything. I never hear about
Right.
feral hogs, but I know we have them.
Oh,
I just don't know how much of a problem they are.
Brenda
Yeah.
said you have to jump through hoops to get a gun up there.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
we
such
do.
a problem
We
here in
do.
Texas. There's no season. You can shoot them year round, as many
Yeah.
as you want. Nighttime, daytime. They even got helicopters take people out and just blast.
Yep.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
I've seen
Barely
a
makes a dent.
documentary on that.
Mm-hmm. Here too.
Mm.
There's no restrictions at all.
They do a lot of damage.
They
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
I would
I'll
love
tell
to
you
go on a
what.
hunt like that and get a couple small ones.
Yeah, but the problem is you got to wade through the big ones to get to the little ones.
Well, that's okay. There's bigger
Not wading.
targets.
Them hogs are evil little turds.
Well, I know. I mean, I know our biggest problem here is the kangaroos. Farmers hate them.
Do they
And
eat
they're hard
all
to
of
get-
the?
They just eat everything.
Yeah,
They're not cut. I mean, all the plant they destroy
vegetation. Yeah,
vegetation and stuff, and it's hard to keep them out of your property because they can jump pretty high.
right. Kind of like deer.
Are you allowed to kill them?
Oh shit, yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Not
If you-
anyone, but if you've got they have to cull them. There's millions of them.
Yeah.
They breed like rats.
What I
wow.
mean is, if it's a nuisance on your property, do you have to get a permit or anything? Can you just blast them?
I don't
They
know.
don't have any guns.
No, the farmers. You can get a gun. You can get guns for that sort of thing.
Oh, okay.
I would think if you're a farmer and it's like a tool, that you
Right.
need
Yeah.
to cull. But I'm not
To
sure
pr-
if your average
Well,
farmer's
to
allowed to
protect your
shoot them. Or
livestock. Mm-hmm.
I know that they have professional shooters that go around, and that's just their job is to cull feral
big.
wild kangaroos. And then there's a meat industry here too, where they
Oh.
farm them. I don't know why, because I don't like kangaroo meat. I think it sucks.
What is it about it that's distasteful?
I don't know. Plenty of people love it. It's quite popular here. I just don't
Is it
happen to be one of them.
Gamey, stringy, greasy?
Yes, all that. I mean, I love, for example, I love wallaby meat,
Mm,
and go figure, because all that is a small
a
kangaroo.
small kangaroo, right?
But for some reason, wallaby meat I love.
Is it more tender?
Yeah, it's just, I think it's just.
See, I
Well,
think of kangaroo meat
doesn't-
like a bad cut of steak.
Oh no, I've had. Look, it's. You might like it. I don't know.
I might.
Everyone's different. But it's
I know
not-
Poppy
it lean?
enjoyed it.
Is it a lean meat?
Oh yeah, it's like venison,
Okay.
Oh, okay.
but I've never had venison. I'm only.
So you
Oh.
probably really need to know how to cook it and how to prepare it to make it edible.
Well, yeah, but I've had it all different sorts of ways, and
You just
No,
So
didn't
not
like
your
it.
thing, huh?
no,
Huh.
don't like it. I'd rather, if put it this way, it would have to be better than the alternatives for me to continue to eat it, because it's not
Right.
cheaper. It's
Right.
probably anything a bit more expensive than the other types of meat, and I just don't think I just don't like it. I wish I did, because I think
Mhm.
more people should eat the, it's a native animal. We need
Right.
should be eating it, but I just don't like it.
Well, there you go.
So there you go.
I mean, there's things I don't like to eat. I'm not a huge fan of pork. I love ham.
What?
Yeah.
I like cured pork, like ham and bacon, and that I love it. But as far as a great big old Boston butt, if it don't have some barbecue sauce on it, I don't necessarily care for it very much.
Wow, I love roast
Yeah.
pork.
And I used to, but I don't. I
Mhm.
can't stand sausage of any sort.
What?
Never cared for it. Never. Now I'll eat it if that's all there is to eat. You know, I'm not one of those types that'll turn my nose up at it, but I don't cook it. I normally avoid it unless Wesley specifically asks me, "Hey, can you cook me something with some?" Sure, I'll do that. But I won't just cook it voluntarily.
That's the way lamb is here at my house. I love lamb, but the wife won't touch it.
Oh, oh my God, I love lamb.
Lamb's my favourite protein
Hmm.
But
by far.
I can bring home cabrito tacos and not tell her what they are. She scarfs them right down.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh my.
I usually tell her it's pulled pork.
Carnitas. That's another. I love carnitas, and that's basically pork tacos. But I like the seasoning that goes in it. As long as it's got some other flavors in there, I'll eat it. I love it. But
Yeah.
if it doesn't have any other flavor, just a plain old pork butt with salt and pepper and whatever, no, I don't do that. I'd rather have chicken. And I'm not a huge fan of chicken either. I'll eat it because it's cheap. I like dark meat better than I like the breast meat.
I do too.
Me too.
Chicken
And in
thighs and
fact,
legs. I'll
oh
take those
yeah,
any day.
any day. And the wings, I love them. But just the other day, we went to the grocery store and I bought a 10-pound bag of leg quarters, and I only paid $6 for it, for 10 pounds of chicken. Now, mind you, a lot of that chicken was bone, but still, I got what I did was I stuck it all in bacon dishes, and I seasoned it, and I baked it off. And when it was done, I just pulled it all off the bone and stuck it in Ziploc baggies and froze it. And that's what I had with that tortellini tonight. I made the sauce, put the chicken in it, put the tortellini in it, stirred it all up, and it was delicious. But now, see, I like a pork tenderloin better than I like a butt. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to ask you what you had for dinner tonight, Grumpus. Shame on me.
I
Yes,
did a
what
pork
did you have?
tenderloin outside.
Yeah.
How did you do it?
Oh, I cheated. I got one that was already pre-marinated with some herbs and garlic. And I put some. There's a real popular, well-known barbecue joint down here called Terry Black's. So I had some pork seasoning that I put on it, and then when it was almost done, I had some jerk barbecue sauce that I put on it.
Mm.
Oh, that sounds delicious.
Really nice.
Yeah, see, barbecue, it's getting more popular down here, but it's nowhere near as popular as it is over there.
I did all this on a gas grill.
Oh, did you?
Mm.
I ain't got time to wait for charcoal and stuff at night.
I get that. Especially after working all day and, you know, all
Fact,
that
sometimes-
overtime.
Now, sometimes, I'll get a wild hair, and these, the charcoal chimneys you start your charcoal in.
Oh yeah, we have one of those.
I've got one that's real. It's shorter, but it's wider. I think it's char griller, I think. Anyway, I'll use that. Sometimes I put some charcoal in that, a couple handfuls, and light that up, and just throw a grill on top of that.
Yeah, well,
Oh.
Just do a steak real quick, or if I just got a couple of leg quarters I want to do real quick, I don't even start the grill up. I just do it right there in the chimney.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
that is a good idea.
I never would have thought of that.
Uh,
I mean, fire cooks.
I put charcoal in flower pots before.
Oh
Just
wow.
on that,
I'm starting to think that I've made the wrong choice. I think Grumpus, it should be you that adopts me. I'm sorry, Charlotte. It's just the cooking. That's all.
Well, look. I think Grumpus is a better
All right.
choice for you because you'd be after my husband anyway.
Hey,
I
if
think-
you show up,
I would.
you're in.
He might feed me to the hogs to get rid of me so he could have Poppy.
Yeah, I would cause marital. It'd be bad.
I'm sure it would.
Projects. Now would be a great time to show up.
But I'm more of a looker than a doer. You see.
Oh, is that it? Okay.
You'd be very disappointed in me, Grumpus. Very disappointed. Well, look at this sorry sacker, you know what, son of mine. All he wants to do is sit around and get drunk.
Sounds like a great hobby.
Well, that's what you see now. That you just said before that you want to, even when you are 70, you're still going to want to work. There's no chance I want to do that.
Well, I want an. Let me rephrase
I've
that.
never wanted to work in my life.
Let me rephrase that. I want an income.
Ah,
I don't care nothing about the work. I want an
And
income.
that makes sense.
right. That's a whole different thing.
As long as I can still bring in an income, I don't see any reason not to until I find something I want to do even more.
Right.
Mhm.
Well, and that's kind of where I'm at. I want an income too. I told Wesley he
Oh,
can't
we all.
retire. He can't retire
the
till he
reason why we're-
dies. Well, he thinks for some reason that there's a magic number that, after 20 years at this company, he'll be able to retire. And I said, 20 years don't mean shit. I mean,
Really don't.
seriously, we already have one retirement pension coming in, which is going to help a lot. In fact, if it was just me and him, we could live off of it. But
Yeah. See,
It's
I'd
not
be,
just-
I'd be, if it was me, I'd be sending all my children to military school or wherever. So bugger off. Can't
Bugger
afford to
off.
have you.
you're too
a job.
expensive.
Exactly. Go
Well,
and fend for yourselves.
I told Miss Prissy Pants today she was going to have to go get a job.
Ooh,
She didn't like it.
Which one's Miss Prissy Pants?
The diva that lives here with me.
The new driver.
The marimba player.
Yes.
I thought
Yes.
she wasn't. Maybe it's another one of yours that said they were working or something. Or maybe she
No,
had potential to work. Or something.
Well, she works for her sister every now and then, cleaning house and babysitting. But that's really all she
Wow.
does. And I told her, I said, your insurance is going to cost us at least $150 a month. I'm not paying for your gas. I'm not paying for your trips to Starbucks with your girlfriends. So if you want to do all those things, you need to get a job. Because I don't mind helping her with insurance, and I don't mind paying for her cell phone. But I think she needs some responsibility.
Time. If she's driving,
It's-
it's time.
I agree. And I'm not just going to pay for everything to let her run willy-nilly all over this county doing what she wants to do. I'm not doing that.
Well done.
Not at $3-4 a gallon for gas.
No. She can get a job and she can earn it.
I filled up the company truck with diesel today, and it was over $100.
Look, nobody ever paid for my gas. And Poppy he worked every day of his life since he was 13 years old. You know, and ain't no reason that she can't find a 15-hour-a-week job. It ain't gonna hurt her.
All I know is I'm very envious of Brenda, who says she retired at 50.
I saw that.
Oh wow, Brenda, that's amazing.
I'm
How?
all kind of jealous.
I want to retire. I'm 51, and I wanted to retire when I was 21.
Well,
I'll be honest here. There's not a day goes by I don't try to find the wife a better job.
Well, she could get a second job.
Yeah, she could.
Well, that's what kind of made me push Violet in the direction of getting a job, because Poppy was talking about as soon as band was over, he was going to get a second job. I said, "Oh hell no, you're not. No, you work enough. You ain't going out there and getting a second job just to pay for her habits and her hobbies. It's not going to happen."
Well, I would.
Do you know what?
maybe-
It wouldn't.
I was thinking
It
maybe
wouldn't
if I retired, the wife would go get her a second job because I'd be at the house all day.
Well,
Right?
that's a
What'd
fair
you
trade.
What'd you say, Patrick?
I just, well, if he got it, that wouldn't be helping her anyway.
No, no, it
That's
wouldn't.
prolonging the inevitable. That, I mean, sooner or later she's going to have to get out there in the world.
Right?
Might as well start now and do it
Yeah.
gradually rather than, because you learn when you're a kid. It's so important. You learn so much just from being employed, even if it's only for a few hours a week.
Yeah.
You learn all sorts of lessons, and you learn that the world is not all about you. Your
Right.
employer,
And
your
it's not
employer only
fair.
cares about several things, and one of them is you turn up, you do your job,
And
but it's not for nothing. We expect you to
because
work.
it's your responsibility to
And
do
they're not
that.
your friends; they're your
Right.
employer.
Right. Right.
And it
Oh,
teaches you
Brenda
discipline,
was-
it teaches all that.
Brenda was in an accident, so she didn't have
Oh,
any choice
sorry
but to
hear that,
retire.
Brenda. No, that sucks.
Well, you know, I haven't worked in probably since 2008. 2008. Well, I haven't worked outside of this house. I do a whole bunch of work inside of it. But I just, my vision won't let me drive. And when I started seeing double, I couldn't work anymore
Mm.
because I couldn't get there. I mean, I guess I could have paid a taxi, but how much would that have cost me? Probably more than my paychecks.
Probably
And there
so.
wasn't. We don't have public transportation here. So I would like to get a job. I would like to get, just a little part-time gig somewhere, Walgreens or the grocery store, anything, just to do something. But yeah, that's not going to happen.
Well, Brenda, that's tough, but it looks like you landed in a good spot.
She sure did.
Mm.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's a guy. It was in the news here. A kid. He's about 22 or 23.
Yeah.
Bought a place in a very exclusive part of Melbourne. It's called Toorak, and he bought this place for $36 million. He's one of these Bitcoin kids.
Yeah.
and he just bought it outright. I mean, it's some like a 20-bedroom. It's like an enormous mansion. 36 million he paid for it.
Oh my God.
He lives in it, and he's in his early 20s.
That just
Amazing,
doesn't
yeah.
compute.
Amazing.
Uh,
He's some sort of genius, finance Bitcoin kid. I mean, mind
that's
you,
right.
I don't think if I had all that money, I don't think I could. Just don't think I'd have any interest in spending that much on a house. I'd want something probably on the water with a nice view of the ocean, but you could buy
Right.
something like that. Wouldn't cost
For
you near
less
as
than
much.
36 mil.
I think he's a bit, but he's young, so why didn't he won't lose money on it because those properties they're always
Right.
for the, there's only a certain market for those and they're people
Right.
with plenty of money. But I would never, even if I had all that money, I don't think I'd spend all that on anything really.
I think a lot of people that
I'd be
do that,
comfortable.
they don't think about the care and feeding of it.
That's
Well,
right.
I think he's got plenty of money. I think this place comes with its own staff. It's got its own.
I mean, we'll be
Yeah.
driving around. The wife will say, "Look at that big house. Wouldn't that be nice to have something like that?" And I said, "I don't want the electric bill for that house."
Yeah, well, that's it.
Ain't
But I
that
think
the
he's got enough
truth?
money where it's the place has got its own staff, as I say. It's,
Oh, okay.
Probably has housekeepers that
comes with
live
its
there and
own,
everything.
well, its own gardeners and people like this that
Mhm.
are actually like full time
So-
employees.
So he's
And that's
got a
part of-
$36 million house with a staff.
Yeah, well,
Nice.
I
I can
mean,
handle
I assume he could. I mean, he could sack them or whatever, but why? I mean, you probably need them.
Well, who would? I wouldn't
you
clean
know,
all that square footage.
And if you've got that amount of money, really, I mean, he's obviously got plenty more,
Right.
and it
My
doesn't matter.
gosh.
Who cares? But imagine that. I mean, I don't know how I would have handled that as a young kid. I
A
don't know
young
how,
person.
How
Yeah.
I would have. I don't know how I'd handle it now. Let alone
Right.
when you're in your 20s. Geez, he must have. You must think he's probably. Hopefully, he's got some good people around him.
I certainly hope so.
I don't care how much of a genius you are when you're that young and you got that much money.
You're a target.
Yeah, how could you know who to trust?
I
Right.
would hire. First thing I'd do is hire me the biggest, meanest, baddest dude I could find, and just tell him keep me out of trouble.
Right.
Oh, gee, that would be a full-time job if it was you, Grumpus.
Get
Right.
me a bodyguard. Say, don't let me.
That's probably what I would need too, Grumpus.
I would. I mean, I say it jokingly, but I'm serious. Somebody keep me out of the bar fights and keep me out of jail, keep me from doing crazy shit.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's right.
Because I used to do some crazy stuff when I was young. It's a wonder I'm still alive.
That's why I always say when these big pro athletes and stuff do all this stupid stuff and get in all this
Mhm.
trouble, they should have somebody on that they're paying to keep them from doing them stupid things.
Yeah, exactly.
Drunk, keep them from getting in fight. Just
Mhm.
somebody to shove them in a chair and say, "Shut up, I'll take you home later."
Right. Sit down. Shut up. The car's on its
Sober
way.
up, and we'll talk later.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah,
That's
that is
right,
a good point.
Hey, pour
Because
more whiskey.
if you have all the money in the world, you can do whatever the hell you want whenever you want.
Yeah.
And it would for a young guy. Oh God, jeez.
One of these days, I think I would use it to travel. I think I
at
would.
least he hasn't bought something that's. I mean, he's bought property, which is a good thing.
Right. It wasn't a frivolous.
Even though it's extravagant. I mean,
Yeah.
better than what he might have bought.
Right.
But it was big news, obviously, because
Sure.
Probably just go to Gulfport and get a good meal.
Well, you might struggle trying to find. We'd have to go to New Orleans to get that. Actually, there's a restaurant on the beach called Bacchus. It's somebody's last name, but it's a really good restaurant. I'm thinking about going there this weekend. Maybe taking Wesley out for lunch or something. Just me and the dude.
Let's see a video review of it, Charlotte.
I could probably do that. Wesley told me. He told me that he
live stream right there from the table.
Right from the table. He told me that I should do a food critic channel.
What's the name of the place?
Bacchus, Bacchus, I think.
God, that's complicated.
Well, they own
I don't have those keys on my keyboard.
It's funny because they own one of the liquor stores here too.
What is it again? BACC.
Bacchus, I think.
HUS.
HAUS.
Okay.
It's in Pass Christian.
Is it a bar or a restaurant?
It's a restaurant, bar, both.
Bacchus on the beach.
Yeah, that's it.
Ooh, looks good. Oh, look, they're now hiring.
Oh, are they? Maybe Violet can get her a job there.
Yeah, maybe.
Well,
If she worked there, maybe her mom could add 10%
have the
off.
family discount. Darn right.
Oh, yes. Now this sort of
This is starting to sound good, ain't it? Oh, the menu is delicious.
Oh, it's right up my alley. Oh yeah. Have you been there before?
Oh yeah.
What have you had? What have you had before?
We had some oysters Rockefeller, and we had I think I had a mahi sandwich. I think.
Oh, okay, yes.
It was some kind of I think it was a mahi sandwich.
Oh, they've got mahi tacos.
Bone-in pork chops.
Yeah.
Ooh,
There's another restaurant here called the Rack House in Gulfport. It's delicious. They have the lamb lollipops. That's what they call them. They call them lamb lollipops. And they're out of this world yummy. I told my son, actually, that he should come over and we take him to the Rack House because my son is a steak lover. And there's also a place, Jimmy Buffett owns it, I think. It's in his hotel called the Margaritaville Hotel. And it's called Doe's, Does. Yeah, Doe's Eat Place, I think is what the name of it is, which is kind of stupid, but it's delicious. My daughter and her husband go there a lot, and they have this great big 32-ounce porterhouse. Good night, Alex. Thank you for coming tonight. And her and her husband share it. And everything's a la carte there, so you can get the steak, and each thing is priced separately. And she said what they usually do is get that big 32-ounce porterhouse, and then they get a side or something each, and they get a beer or a drink or whatever, and a salad. They usually share the salad because they said it's huge. And they walk out of there spending less than $100, which is pretty good, really, for a good,
Yeah, food is so cheap over there with you folks. So cheap.
I guess everything's relative.
Menu. I don't see anything on here I wouldn't hurt myself on.
Oh no, I love it all. But I mean, even just this menu, even with the exchange rate.
Which one are you looking at?
The Bacchus.
Bacchus.
On the beach.
Oh, it's so good, so good. And they have an outdoor eating area, which is so nice, especially on a pretty day. And of course, you can eat inside too. But there's another place called the Blind Tiger in Bay St. Louis, and it's similar to Bacchus. It's just a different atmosphere, but the food is very similar.
Mm.
And then there's a lot of good places to eat in Bay St. Louis. But that's
So I wonder, they've got the ribeye there for $34.95. I wonder how big that would be.
I don't know, honestly. At
That'd be big for
Bacchus,
$34.95. Yeah.
I
'Cause
honestly
here,
don't know.
here, like if you get a steak for $34.95, you're getting like a tiny little bit of steak.
Oh,
I wouldn't-
really?
Surprised if that was
Oh, yeah.
a 10 ounce.
That's
Maybe
what I'm
12.
thinking. 10 or 12 ounces.
What would that be in? I don't understand ounces.
16 ounces is a pound.
I don't understand pounds.
Hang on. What do you do? Grams?
Yes,
Grams?
I'm metric boy.
Let's see. 10 ounces to grams is 283 grams.
Okay, yeah, that's still cheap.
And
It's
then,
still-
let's see,
if that's
12
what the size
ounces.
is.
12 ounces is 340 grams.
Yeah, that's pretty cheap. It really is, especially
it?
for yeah. Oh yeah, well compared to here, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What's 32 ounces? Let's see. Oh God, that's almost 1,000 grams. That's crazy. Oh my God.
It's cheap. And I remember that when I used to live over there. The food was unbelievable. The value,
The
even
value,
back
yeah.
then. in the
Well,
90s.
I know from talking to other folks. Brenda said that they do metric there too, but she grew up on inches and pounds, so she knows both. I know that Americans have extremely huge portions in restaurants.
Oh yeah,
um,
you're expected to take stuff home with you. Like,
Oh,
don't you-
definitely, yeah. Because we
I
don't
remember-
we don't go anywhere that I can eat everything. I just can't eat it all. So I'm always
I
the
used
one
to- I
bringing
used to love
stuff
that.
home.
I used to love that. And then
Yeah.
you have it the next day or whatever. Love it.
Right. It's
doesn't
nice to
happen
be able
here.
to have
You're
an
not allowed
extra
to do it.
burrito the next day, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, that's where I'm going tomorrow. No, I'm going to, oh my God. I'm going to the,
Church?
no, it's Saturday.
Oh.
What are those things called? They're wrapped in corn husk.
Tamales.
Tamale Shack. The Tamale Shack. This is the most authentic tamale place between here and Florida. True story. It's amazing. They do this thing called a tamale pie, and they put like 3 or 4 tamales in it, and they cover it with this black bean stuff. And oh my God, it's so good.
Never
I
had
think I might have
tamales.
to- Oh,
No, tamales.
tamales are, if they're done right,
My tamales anyway, right here.
they're delicious. See, they're very difficult to come by here.
Patrick, some of the best tamales I've ever had came out of Home Depot parking lot.
Mhm.
That does not surprise me. What, a food truck?
No, just people sold out of their trunk.
What? Really?
Oh yeah, these ladies that do tamales, all night and then early in the morning, they'll load them up in coolers and sell them
Oh,
by the dozen.
wow.
You walk out of Home Depot and they're out there peddling their stuff.
Oh, that's awesome.
Pick up a
Mm.
dozen, $5.
Oh,
Yeah, they'd be delicious too.
heck
excellent.
yeah.
Mm.
Heck
Same
yeah.
food.
I like any of the street foods, and that's what it reminds me of.
Oh yeah, you can't beat
Yeah.
it.
Anytime I've ever gone to Mexico, I've
Oh.
always shied away from the restaurants and eating off
Yeah.
the street.
Brenda wants to know what a tamale is. It is a, well,
Shredded, usually shredded
Pork,
goat,
usually, or
shredded,
goat.
shredded pork, shredded goat, in masa, which is like
And
a cornmeal.
it's like a cornmeal solution. It's a loose batter, sort of, and they roll it up and they wrap it in corn husk and steam it. And it is heaven on earth. It is so good. God, it's good. Of course, they usually have some kind of red sauce or something over it. Enchilada sauce, something like that. But it's very, very good.
Labor intensive too. My ex made some of those once, and it took her all day just make a couple dozen.
That doesn't surprise me because
Mm.
those lovely old Mexican ladies, they can knock them out in 40 minutes flat. They just go to town on it. Years ago, I dated this Cuban guy, and I liked his mother better than I liked him. That's why I hung around so long. But man, she could cook. She taught me how to make flan and oxtails and all kinds of. Chef taught me how to make Cuban coffee with a mocha pot. She taught me how to grow roses. Oh! Speaking of roses, every single rose bush I have back there has roses on it right now. Every single one, little tiny buds. But one of them that I thought was going to die last year is covered in little blooms.
Wow.
I am
That's
so
good.
tickled. I am so tickled. Look, the first roses of the season just really make me happy.
Sure.
Brenda said a goat is too cute to eat. We ain't eating their face. Grumpus, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
I love it. I've had a Jamaican goat curry before. I think I've cooked goat,
Ooh.
and I've had and the Greeks do a fantastic goat on the spit.
Oh, I love
Yes.
They do it like a lamb spit or a goat on a spit,
Uh-huh.
and that's coming up here too because it's Greek Easter this weekend.
Oh, is it?
They do these amazing spits.
Oh, that's the Orthodox. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Greek Easter.
Yeah. Because it's Easter in Russia this weekend too. They're Orthodox.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they do an amazing lamb or goat on a spit, slow cooked.
I can't honestly say I've ever had goat.
It's all right.
But
Okay,
I hear
I
it's
prefer lamb.
Do you?
You may have had goat and not even realize that's what it was.
And that's a possibility. Yeah.
Mexican restaurants serve a lot of goat.
Oh, okay. Okay.
If you don't ask what it is, you're just going to assume it's some sort of shredded pork.
Yeah,
Or
whatever.
beef or whatever. Yeah. Yeah. She
Tastes
said
good.
she doesn't like fish either. Oh my. I don't think you could survive down here, Brenda. Yeah, she lives on a lake and she doesn't like fish. She likes mac and cheese. Oh my gosh. Did I tell y'all what happened last week at my daughter's house when I was trying to make macaroni and cheese for the kids? So it's just a box of macaroni and cheese, like Kraft dinner, I didn't want to make it, but they were hungry. So I boil the noodles up, I put the butter in, and I go to a refrigerator to look for the milk. She's out of milk. Like, how the hell am I going to make this mac and cheese with no milk? So I start digging through her fridge, and I found cream cheese and Parmesan cheese. So I threw that in there, and it all melted and got, stirred around. Well, I had to add a little bit of water to give it sauciness. And I put some garlic pepper in there. It's a little seasoning thing that she's got at her house. It says garlic pepper seasoning. I poured that in there and I stirred it up and I said, "Hey, come taste this." Violet tasted it. She goes, "Oh my God, that is really good. What is it?" I said it's macaroni and cheese without milk or the packet. It's a makeshift macaroni and cheese, basically.
And it was better.
So the kids loved it. And actually, I tasted it, and I'm not usually a fan of pasta, but boy, I sure ate that stuff. It was good. And so I ended up making it again at dinner time this week, and they were really happy about it. But I actually added a few things. I put some of the green onions out of my garden in it. And I put some broccoli and chicken in it and baked it for, just till it all got hot together. And they really liked it a lot. Yeah, Brenda, come on and jump on up here with us. I guess.
I'll be right back.
Okay, Patrick. I'm not that techie. All you got to do is click the link and it's very simple, Brenda.
From there.
Hang on, let me put a link up there.
You got a laptop, Brenda?
Invite. See, I'm not techie either, Brenda. They had to teach me how to do all this.
If she's on a laptop, she's probably got a built-in webcam.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Click the link and she's in.
Or a phone. Wouldn't a phone do it too?
Yeah, phone will do it.
I think the phone will do it too.
In fact, I jumped on Carla's live last week for just a few minutes on the phone. That's the first time I'd ever
done it from your phone?
I didn't care for it.
She's on a PC and doesn't have a mic. Oh, that's disappointing. We should send her a mic. A PC.
She probably needs a webcam too.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Because I don't think PCs have. Most of them don't have that feature unless you. Oh, she's got a landline. I miss my landline. I really do.
I'm still paying for my phone number from my landline, and we haven't used it in probably 6-7 years.
Is that right?
I don't know what it is. I just don't want to give my number up.
I understand. Well, and you just never know who's going to call that number. It might be somebody that you knew years ago and just wanted to say, hey.
I've got my phone and my internet and my TV all wrapped together in a bundle. It's cheaper than if I just got the other two and left the phone off.
Right. I used to like my my telephone service because excuse me, I could hear better on it. I could never hear very well on my cell phone. And my dad told me that we all are going deaf. Apparently it's a family trait that we're hard of hearing when we get old. And so what I did was I bought this headset here, and this improved my life tremendously. So I'm really happy to have these things. Plus, I can listen to it. I can listen to YouTube videos when I fall asleep, and Poppy doesn't get mad at me for waking him up. So she said it has a picture of a camera. That's some craft dinner. If I had $1 million.
When did you turn
vegan? What is vegan? What is that?
Everything I eat's a vegan.
Patrick, what is it? How do you make it without?
What the hell do I do with this?
I don't know. We don't know. Donate it to the homeless shelter.
I'd do a video on it and add meat to it.
I would too. And milk and eggs.
And milk.
And fish and meat and all kinds of stuff.
Kangaroo.
Yes.
Ooh, now kangaroo mac and cheese. Maybe I might actually like that.
You might. I don't understand how you would make the mac and cheese. What do you use for what do you use? Oat milk or soy milk or?
Well, I've thrown it on the ground. Just hang on.
Okay. He said,
Oh,
screw
God.
this stuff. Oh, my back.
Oh,
You'll make it, Patrick. You're going to make it.
oh, I don't know about that, Charlotte. I'm getting old. Oh,
You're not
Oh,
as
now
old
I've
as
pulled-
me.
I think I pulled a muscle. Oh,
In your back? Oh, no. Just then or earlier today?
see, Grumpus, I'm not going to make it to retirement.
Oh, you'll make it.
I need to retire now. Oh, I need do you know what I need? I need a sugar daddy or a sugar mama.
Oh,
So I need one of them, like someone that would keep me in the manner to which I'm accustomed.
well, yeah, I don't know any of those. If I did, I'd have one.
Well, you keep hearing about them. I've never
Yeah,
come
but-
across one.
Those kind of folks, they're the unattainables for us. For me.
Okay, here's what it says.
I'm really hungry.
It says,
Uh-huh.
I'm hungry now. I've been looking at all these menus and listening to you guys talk.
I know, right?
I'd eat the south end of
Oh,
a
okay.
cow right now.
so what you need is you need some sort of a vegetable oil spread, and you need half a cup of soy milk,
Okay.
and you add that to the pasta along with this whatever the sachet of crap is that's in here.
Right. I think you should make it and do a
And-
review on it.
And what's in it is
Y'all, look at this.
dairy-free cheese. Listen, dairy-free cheese-flavored sauce powder.
Oh my God. That sounds terrible.
How can that be good for you?
I don't think it is.
Brenda's sitting there
And
eating
I'll
chocolate cake.
Look at
And it
this
was-
enormous onion. This is a green onion from out of
Was
my
it-
garden.
It was a leak.
I'm glad.
I know it- It's the size of one.
I'm glad you told me it was an onion. Just for a second there, I wasn't sure what it was.
Well, it's an onion. See, it's got the green on the top, and I couldn't
Wow,
believe
yes.
it. I'm going to
They're
grow some
enormous.
more of this variety. They're crazy big.
Was that what you planted last year? Or was that this year's?
I planted those last fall,
Okay.
and I harvested most of them, but then I left that one plant because it was kind of puny. Well, it wasn't but a few weeks, and I walked out there, and it was bigger, and then it kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and it turned into this monster that was probably 20 to 24 inches in diameter, and it was about 2 feet tall, and it was putting off seed heads everywhere. And I said, gosh, I like it. Actually, I took a picture of it and posted it on Instagram when it was still in the ground. But I had to take it out because that's where I wanted to plant my my yellow wax beans. So that's what I did. I took it
Wow.
out. I put in my beans, and now my yellow wax beans are about 4 or 5 inches tall. And my contenders, my green beans, they haven't come up yet, but we just planted them Sunday. Y'all, I'm going to eat a peanut butter and banana sandwich.
Yummy.
I am so hungry right now, and I don't even know why. I shouldn't be. I had dinner.
It's all the food talk.
Must be. I think, well, tomorrow we're having that corned beef brisket for dinner.
Ooh, nice.
Nice.
And I'm very excited about that. It's one of my favorite meals.
How are you going to cook it?
I'm just going to throw it in a crock pot. I'm not trying to get fancy. I just want it to taste good. And I'm going to throw it in there with potatoes. And then I'm going to fry some cabbage with onions and butter. And that's
Nice.
pretty much it.
Sounds delicious.
Simple and yummy, you know. In fact, I've already invited one daughter over for dinner, but this is one of my oldest daughter's favorite meals. And I think if I don't invite her, she might get a little offended.
I'm offended.
Are you offended? Would you like to come for dinner, Grumpus?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's a big piece of corned beef brisket. I'll have leftovers. I know I will.
My ex was from New England, and she used to do the New England boiled dinner, which was the beef with the cabbage and potatoes and carrots and all that kind of stuff in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
To me, it's delicious.
Yeah, I like it.
But again, like
Nothing
I said,
wrong with
it's very simple. Nothing fancy about it.
Last two I cooked on the smoker. I cooked.
You
on
did?
the pit.
Ooh.
That ended up being one of my better videos.
Really? And it was a corned beef brisket?
Yes, it was.
Wow. This one is
Yeah,
there
look
he
at there.
is.
There it is.
He's only 3 pounds, but that's plenty for us. I just hope it's not full of fat. You know, sometimes you get them and they're nothing but fat.
Does that
Yeah.
say it's from the flat or the point?
Yes, actually, it said flat.
Okay, well, it shouldn't be too fatty then.
I hope not. I hope not. It's funny that you asked me that because I just read it. I didn't know what that meant. I had no idea.
You got the lean in.
Yeah.
No, the older I get, the simpler the food. I'm not into fancy food as much as I used to be. Not that I ever
Right.
was, but the simpler, just simple cooking is my
I love
go.
one meals.
Hmm?
I love one pot meals or one skillet meals.
Yeah, you know.
Me
just-
too. Yeah.
But
Well,
as
and you
far
can
as
make
sort of like, you know, fancy 5-star dining, like really complicated menus and stuff, it's like, just give me the standards, give me the classics, you know.
But in my kitchen, I've gotten to where if I have to spend more than 30 minutes doing it, that's too much. It's just too much time.
I don't mind
Oh.
the
That's
cooking
the-
part, it's the cleanup.
That too.
Yeah, cleanup sucks.
That too.
Mm.
It's awful. And
Well, that's the
Well,
worst
this
part
is
about
the-
making.
this is the cleanest my kitchen has been in probably 2 weeks, and it's a disaster.
Looks
See
clean
that?
to me.
Well, it's not. The kids did try today, though. They really did. They did 2 loads of dishes. Well, and when I say they did 2 loads of dishes, it was really just 1 load. But they are a little challenged when it comes to loading a dishwasher properly.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
So they don't exactly get everything in there the way, you know, so it'll all fit. And that's okay. I don't mind as long as they continue, you know, and do the second load. I don't mind. And that's what they did.
Mhm.
They did that, and they cleaned out Violet's car, and they washed her car, tires and all. And they what else did they do?
Got to
Violet
clean
did-
my car
Ugh. So
I,
that's a
We got some lumber in at work out of Canada, and it was hemlock,
Mm.
and it's kind of it reminds me of white pine. It's real light,
Mm.
real absorbent. So I was going to make some fire starters, you know, soak them in paraffin and all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah.
So Wednesday night, I stood back there after work. The guys are working overtime, and I cut up some 1.5 by 1.5 by 1.5 blocks.
Yeah.
I had a box that my copy paper came in, and I packed that box full. Ended up cutting 385 blocks.
Oh
Holy
my.
So I've got them in my. I've got a Mazda CX-5 is an SUV. So I've got this box in the back, and the seats are rolled down. I've got it on top of another box.
Mm-hmm.
And I was on the way to work this morning, and I hadn't taken that box out yet. And somebody switched lanes real quick, and a bunch of people
Oh,
slammed
no.
on their brakes, and I slammed on mine, and that box tipped over, and I got them little blocks. Those things run like water. Those little blocks was in the cup holders. They was in
Oh,
the
my
door.
gosh.
Oh.
Oh, no.
So all the sawdust that comes with them. So I got to clean all that mess up
Oh,
tomorrow.
my. Well,
Oh,
I think
God.
I want to
I'm-
open all four doors with an air compressor and air hose, just blast them all out in the neighbors.
I might would do that. But that's something I've got to get for her. I don't know how water got in the car, but the front passenger seat, the whole rug is wet. Well, we haven't had any rain, so I don't know if it's just condensation from it being closed up
Could be.
or what it
about
is.
the AC unit? Is the AC unit dripping?
Well, it's not running right now, so
Oh, okay.
it hasn't been running at all for, what, a year and a half.
It has to be a door gasket or a window crack or something.
Well, that's what I thought. It was a door gasket. So I'm going to have Wesley look at that because we can't have her driving around a wet car. But I looked online to get new carpet for it. And it's only going to be about $125, which, I mean, it's a big chunk, but to make it look nice and pretty, it's not a big deal, you know? And I told Wesley, I said, we get this car running, and I know he can because that's just what he does. We could turn around and sell it for about $5,000. He's like, what?
You might want to take it to one of these places that details cars and let them shampoo that carpet.
Well, I thought about that too, but that'll cost about the same. I mean, 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Well,
Because detailing around here is not cheap.
well, will you have to pull the seats and everything to get the new carpet down?
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Look, nah, not for Poppy. He could
I don't
have them things.
I don't think Poppy wants to do it. I think he wants to drink a beer while somebody else cleans it.
Au contraire. Poppy lives for that kind of stuff.
Oh, okay.
He loves it. That is like that's his jam. If you give him a car to work on, I mean, he's like happy all day long. He loves it.
For years, I was a mechanic, and anymore, I won't even pull a screwdriver off the wall anymore. It just, I
Just take it down the street to the guy down there.
hate working on cars.
Well, I think,
I mean, I won't even buy a battery for my car unless they're going to change it out for me.
oh, wow. Really?
Yeah, I just don't want to fool with it.
You know why Wesley married me, don't you? He
You need
swears I can tune a carburetor by ear.
Okay.
I don't get too far off. I
You
don't
can't
get
hardly
right
do
on
that
it.
anymore.
I know. This was an old Dodge Dart, and we had to tune it because it was.
Is that the only reason, Charlotte?
Mm-hmm.
Or were there other reasons?
There might have been a couple of them.
Just a couple. Now, Charlotte, is that crunchy or smooth peanut butter?
Oh, it's smooth.
Oh.
I don't care for crunchy. Patrick's
Oh,
like, God,
crunchy.
I can't go live there. She'll feed me creamy peanut butter.
No, I'm gonna. That's. I don't. How could you not love crunchy peanut butter?
Well,
I know there's two camps. I understand that. I just was curious, and now I know.
I
you're
don't
in the
know.
smooth-
I'm in the smooth camp. I
Which
was a bus
camp are you
driver
in,
and drove a.
Grumpus?
Oh wow!
I like them both.
Grumpus.
They both got their
Grumpus. That's not. I'm not used to you sitting on the fence like this, Grumpus.
Right?
Normally, you're one way or the other.
He's got a position.
You're.
That is not a hilltop I need to climb and scream on.
You are a swinging peanut butter eater.
We usually have smooth because that's what the wife likes.
Mm.
But I like
See,
peanut butter cookies with crunchy
Oh,
peanut butter.
Oh,
you'll go.
well, now
you'll
that's
go
another
both
story.
ways.
That's another story. Because cookies should have nuts in them. So yeah. But on these sandwiches, I like it smooth. I haven't had a peanut butter and banana sandwich in years.
I like the crunchy peanut butter. Nuke it in the microwave and pour it over ice cream. That's pretty tasty.
Oh yeah.
Whoa.
Pretty
Now you're
tasty.
talking.
God, why didn't I ever think of that?
Now you're talking. And it's got to be vanilla ice cream.
Oh yeah, homemade vanilla.
Thank Christ for that, Grumpus. Next, I was going to hear. No, it's got to be
Chocolate.
mocha or something.
Oh no,
Vanilla only.
Bluebell homemade vanilla.
Ooh, yummy.
Do you know what's good? And yeah, I've had the peanut butter and banana with bacon.
Ooh.
Bacon.
You know what I like to do?
And a drizzle of honey.
Ooh, yum.
Unless you get the maple bacon, like the sweet bacon.
Mm,
But if it's the salty bacon, just a little bit of honey in there. You got to deep fry it, of course.
Oh, that sounds yummy too.
Well,
See, I would want mine grilled. You know, like just like a grilled cheese kind of thing. I would do it that way. Brenda says they don't eat peanut butter at all.
What? That's bizarre.
I like to take bananas and cut them in half and stick them in the freezer, and then dip them in chocolate and roll them in nuts. That's yummy.
Yeah, because they become sort of a bit like ice cream, don't they? They get
Kinda,
really
yeah.
creamy and cold. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
And
That's
then
a-
you got the
that's a good
crunchy
idea.
shell. Very good. My kids won't eat it. And I'm like, fine, it's more for me.
Yeah, who cares?
I
Yeah.
know, right?
Yeah.
However, look, you know, my kids are like divas. They're very picky eaters. So I'm always looking for something to feed them that they'll like, especially the boy, the younger one. I made that tortellini with the creamy pesto sauce tonight. He ate an entire plate full of it. I was like, son, do you like that? He said, oh, yeah, this is good, Mom. This is good. He's steady, just blah, blah, blah. I said, oh, my God, add it to the rotation. You know?
Yeah,
I couldn't believe. Well, and I will say this. Just in the past 2 or 3 months, he's really started eating like a teenager now. Like all hours of the night, he's hungry. He's hungry when he gets home from school. He's always wanting to eat something. And I'm like, oh, finally, I got a teenager. Because, you know, I was starting to worry. I'm like, what's wrong with this finicky cat little boy who won't eat anything? Not anymore. So I'm hoping that he actually did. He gained from one doctor appointment to the next, he gained 3 pounds in a month. So I was really glad about that. He's like a stick boy. It's like, you know, you draw a stick and then it's got a great big head on the top. Yeah. And I bet you he went in there and fell asleep and didn't take a shower like I told him to. How much you want to bet?
So
I'll bet you a donut.
Brenda, was he allergic to peanut butter?
Oh.
Peanut butter, right? Yeah, that's a food allergies and stuff. It's a minefield.
It's crazy. You know, we just took Murphy to the doctor. What was it, last week? For his migraines. Brenda, my 13-year-old son has migraines, and they've gotten worse probably in the past year. And we finally got him into the neurologist last week, and all of the stuff that they told us to do, Do you know he hasn't had a migraine since we took him to the doctor? And I think it's today, I think is 2 weeks ago. I think it might have been 1 whole week ago. Thursday was a whole week ago. What's today?
Friday.
Okay. So it's been a week and a day. That's unusual for him because he usually has 1 to 2 migraines a week. So I think yeah. And I think the medicine and the vitamins and not giving him certain foods is really helping. God, I hope so. I hope so. It's crazy, but it's working. So what I did was I got enough of those vitamins. It's vitamin B2, which is riboflavin. I'm sorry, I got to get a napkin. Riboflavin. They're saying that it is a huge help in controlling intensity and longevity of migraine headache. So I got enough for Wesley and him because Wesley gets them too.
Never had one, don't ever want one.
No, you don't. Nope. And you know, it's really hard to watch Wesley suffer with them. But when you got this 70-pound little frail looking boy writhing in agony and laying in the bathroom floor because it's cold, the tile, and he feels sick to his stomach, it's agonizing to watch that. Agonizing. And probably because it's my kid, you know, but I think I would feel that way if it was anybody's kid.
Sound like you might be getting a handle on it.
I hope so, Grumpus. That's the main goal that I have this year is to get a handle on those headaches.
So what sort of foods is he avoiding now?
Anything with red dye 40 in it, because I didn't know this, but his daddy lets him drink Mountain Dew. I don't. And the only time he ever gets it is when his dad takes him to the store with him. Because I think Mountain Dew has way too much caffeine in it. We're avoiding caffeine. We're avoiding Mountain Dew, the red code. It's called, I think that's the name of it. It's red Mountain Dew. Every time he drinks that, he gets a headache. Well, I didn't know that. His dad knew it, but I didn't. So he can't drink that, anything with red dye. And then he can't have processed meats. And he loves salami better than anything, but I haven't given him any. And I told him, I said, this is not forever. We're just taking everything out and then going to add things back one at a time. And what you can eat, you can continue to eat it. What causes a headache? You make the choice. Do you want a headache or not? But we got to find out what it is that's doing it. And that's why I'm taking everything away right now.
Yeah, it's not because it's like there's no one rule for everyone. Everyone's different. So it's just like an elimination diet, really. Yeah. And that's what I went through, because I went through a terrible time with stomach problems.
Oh, no.
Only to figure out, and it was on my own, I figured it out. I narrowed it down to that I've got a sulfite, like, preservatives, sulfites, that I've got an allergy. But big time. Like I just say I can't have, for example, things like I can't drink wine of any kind, because even in the and I tried, and I used to like drinking. I used to drink a lot of wine, but I can't do that now. So I just have to drink more vodka, so to balance it out, because I can't be sober for very long. So you understand that. So you with the Fireball, by the way, haven't seen that tonight, Charlotte.
This is tea.
Yeah, tea. Yeah.
I had a glass of wine earlier.
Yeah, a massive one.
It was fairly large.
It was like two
like a
gallons.
Fishbowl with a stem.
Yeah. Well, it's not that big. I mean, it's,
Yeah, but that everything looks smaller on camera. You see that?
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
But
and see, that's
now,
another thing that we're keeping back from him is anything with nitrates, because
yeah.
nitrates
Well, that's a
trigger.
preservative. Yeah.
Yes,
And it's
and
I think
food
it's
enhancers.
the more processed. At the end of the day, what it is, the more processed food you eat, the more chances you've got of things going wrong. And it's just
Exactly.
like that. That's the way it is. But with me,
Mm-hmm.
I found out because whilst I always liked drinking wine, I never felt great afterwards. I just always felt something wrong. But then over the years, it got worse. And I never joined the dots. But then I started looking into things. And then, you start, well, what is it? It's got to be something I'm eating.
Mm-hmm.
And it was, because then I realized, I've cut out red wine, but I'm still getting symptoms. What is it? It must be other things. And then I've narrowed it down. I know for a fact that it's the sulfites, because anything. So I have to avoid anything with, I think it's the food. You know how all food additives have got the numbers? So it's between 220 and 229. They're all the sulfites.
Okay.
I just have to avoid anything. And it can be quite difficult because it's in a lot of food, and even it's in a lot of food where they don't have to put it on the label as a sulfite.
True.
Because there's
either.
under a certain amount of it, but I'll still get reactions.
From a small amount, even when it's not labeled.
Tiny, yeah. So I've learned now which things to avoid and which not. But it was a lot of years struggling with it. Thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And you could, then you think, okay, if you don't investigate this yourself, you just go to the doctor, and they just put you on medication, and they don't know what's wrong with you,
Right. Well, and he has a long-term medication that's supposed to prevent it, but it's not.
It's not.
It's basically just it's an antihistamine. It's an older antihistamine.
We never know. I mean, maybe if you get to the bottom of it, he might not need to be on that drug.
That's what I'm hoping. But even if he has to take it for a long period of time, it's not going to hurt him, because it's like a double dose of Benadryl,
Yeah. And you wouldn't care if it was working.
Oh no, not at all.
Working.
Yeah. But the hope is that he won't ever have to take it. He's got also Imitrex that basically it's supposed to stop it. But when it gets started, it's supposed to stop it. And then he also has a medication to alleviate the nausea, because he gets violently sick from them. Yeah. And sometimes most of the time, this is something I've noticed about his headaches. He either gets them in the middle of the night and wakes up with them, or after lunchtime at school, between, say, 12:30 and 2 o'clock in the afternoon, somewhere in that area. She always calls me at the same time. Hey, this is the nurse at the middle school. I'm like, yeah, you got Murphy today? Yeah, I'm sorry. But she has his medicine at the school, though, so she can give it to him right away if he does have a migraine at school. I'll always go pick him up, though, or have my daughter go pick him up, because I can't imagine having to lay there in that nurse's office with all that bright fluorescent lighting with a migraine, because she can't turn them off. They're all connected, and so if she turns it off in one room, it turns it off in the whole area that she's in, because she tried it already. So she calls me and I go get him, or my daughter does. But Brenda, this is a quite normal thing here in the South, that people we have a confusion as to what tea is. Because my grandma lived in Indiana, and she would say, of course, my mother drank hot tea. And that's what we call it down here. If it's not in a glass with ice, it's hot tea. And then my grandmother called unsweet tea, that was just iced tea. And then if you have to be specific and say sweet tea if you're not in the South. And usually what they do is just bring you a pack of sugar with it, which is totally the wrong way to do it.
Yeah. Well, if you said
You-
I
you-
want sweet tea here, you get a hot cup of tea with sugar in it.
Oh, see, and that would be beautiful to me, but what I would probably end up doing is pouring a glass and sticking some ice on top of it. But no, I enjoy hot tea too. I do. I enjoy
Yeah, I like tea.
a cup of tea. Hmm.
I have my moods. One day it might be a tea day. The next day it might be a coffee day.
I see. And I'm
Yeah.
that way too. Yeah, I'm that way too. Because I'm not committed to coffee like some people
What do you
are.
prefer, Grumpus? Coffee or tea?
Probably coffee.
I was going to say,
Oh.
Grumpus is a coffee guy.
Thank goodness you're not on the fence again.
Right?
Coffee.
I drink tea. It's iced tea, unsweetened.
Oh, you drink it
Unsweetened.
unsweetened?
Even when I was a kid,
See-
I had unsweet tea.
See, I wouldn't like it cold unless it was sweet.
Yeah.
I would find that unpalatable. See,
Mhm.
but
Sorry.
I drink hot tea. I drink hot tea without just a bit of milk in it.
I was going to ask if you put milk or lemon in it.
Oh, definitely, always.
Yeah.
Never lemon, just a bit of milk,
Okay.
but never sweet. Not
The
can't
wife
be.
Gotcha.
she likes warm hot tea, but I'm not a fan.
And
I
I
have
don't have. I don't drink sweet coffee either. It's got to be no sugar in my coffee.
I mean, of course, we'll take hot tea and pour it over ice.
Mm.
And then
It makes no sense, does it?
I mean, you brew it. If I make tea at home, I make it in the coffee pot.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And then, but you would cool it down first.
I generally just pull it right and pour it. I'll make it
Pour it
extra,
over ice.
extra
Oh
strong,
yeah, so the ice counteracts it. Yeah.
extra strong, and then you just dump it over the ice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I do that too. She does milk and one sugar. Brenda does milk in her tea with one sugar. She said she's never had a coffee in her life.
Now,
Well,
That's
lately,
interesting.
last few years, I've started putting a little creamer in my coffee because
I love creamer in my coffee.
it can't handle the black like it
Yeah.
used to.
Yeah.
Very naughty of you, Grumpus.
I like
you-
half and half.
Here. I use the hazelnut sweeteners or the hazelnut
Ooh.
creamer
Mm-hmm.
because it doesn't take very much. Just it
Right.
sweetens it up and mellows it out just a little bit.
It does.
Yeah.
I'm just not
I'll
a
just-
huge fan of those the flavored creamers that come from the grocery store, like I guess who makes them? Nestle and
I don't care for the Nestle. I don't care for the
the
Coffee Mate.
International Coffee Mate. I don't like those. They almost to me, and I know everybody's palate is different, but they taste like they have this almost a chemical taste to them. Almost. To me it's just and it's probably because I've always drank half and half in my coffee. So anything that tastes different is going to have an odd flavor to me.
And
But
I do it mainly out of convenience because it's got so much sugar, so sweet already. I don't have
They
to.
don't have anything.
See, I make a thermos of coffee every morning and take it to work.
right.
Dump sugar
That's
in
the way to
it,
do it.
try to get it to melt and all that. I don't have time for all that.
So you
stuff.
just pour the creamer in there and it's all in one shot.
yeah. It's
So all you got to do is stir it up and pour it in your thing when you get to work.
dump
Okay.
it in the thermos. By the time I get to work, it's sugared up enough.
And
Right.
saving yourself a fortune by not buying these silly coffees all the time that cost $5 each.
Oh, isn't that the
$5.
truth? I'm not
Just
spending
have-
that.
Because you've got someone standing there making it in front of you, you think, oh, it's rubbish.
No,
How much did you spend? How much did the thermos cost you, Grumpus?
I bought
30
that thermos. It's a Stanley. I bought
Mhm.
that thermos at Walmart. I think I gave maybe $18, $19 for it. That was 16 years ago.
I was going to say, I bet you've had it a long time.
16 years ago. In fact, the spot welds have come
Unbelievable.
loose, and I've got them. I've got zip tied onto it.
Oh no! You need a new thermos.
And how many cups can you? What size is it?
Heck, I don't. Just a regular sized thermos. Just
Is it the tall
Oh, they-
kind?
They're all in
One.
different sizes. Well, how many cups would you get out of it?
well, I
I'm
don't
gonna
know.
guess coffee mugs. He'd probably get 4. Does that sound about right, Grumpus?
Yeah, probably so. Yeah, because I used the little top that comes on it. Just sip it
Mm.
all. I drink it
And
all
can you
day.
imagine? Can you? I've got to do this. So what is it? 16 years old. Now, how much would you pay, say, just go to a coffee shop and buy a takeaway coffee?
225.
I don't know what
Well,
it costs because I don't know.
Well, let's be generous and say it's $2. So that's two, and let's say you work 5 days a week.
Yeah.
So that's $10 a week. And that's if you have 1 cup of coffee a day.
Right.
And most people have, they get 2 or 3.
Right.
So let's be generous. $2 for a coffee, 1 a day. That's $10 a week. 52 weeks a year. That's $520 a year.
Times
Times
16.
16. That's even if that's all you've ever had, and that's nearly $8,500.
Holy Moses!
$500.
$8,500 nearly,
Oh,
and that's if they're only $2, and if you only have 1 a day and 5 a week. Now you could probably double that for most people.
oh, definitely. Yeah.
It's just insane.
Oh my gosh. See, and I'm not I won't go to those places. I'll get a cup of coffee when we go to a restaurant, and they're usually about $2, But to go specifically to a coffee shop and pay $8 for a freaking coffee, I'm not doing it. Well, they're about $6 for these fancy coffee shops.
I can understand paying for it if you're actually sitting in the place with the ambience and maybe a view
yeah.
and all that. They've got to
And
pay
maybe
for
some nice music or whatever.
Yeah. I can understand paying, but these people that just walk up and then take it away.
Right.
It's such a waste of money.
I'm not.
Mhm.
This is a 1 liter. I'm not exaggerating. This is it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, yeah.
I
The
bought my
weld-
dad one like that.
So I zip tied them back on. You can see how many times I've dropped it.
Oh my. That cost you $35-40 today.
It's stainless inside and out, so
Mhm.
it's still.
Is that a grunt? You don't. Please tell me that's not a Grumpus sticker on the front. Is it?
Absolutely.
He's advertising everywhere.
How many's in the chat? Is it just us and Brenda?
Only 3, yeah. Yeah.
Right back. Got something you guys see.
Okay.
Uh-oh. He's going
I'm
to take
scared.
his clothes off.
He is not. He is not.
Well, it's getting late. It's getting late.
Oh, no, not yet. Not yet. God.
Yeah, as I was saying, probably on last week or whenever it was, we've got kids that work for us
Uh-huh.
who are making very little money, and you see them stop at the 7-Eleven and they'll buy a sandwich and a coffee or one of those, even worse, those energy drinks. Those energy drinks.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Oh, they're terrible.
Ugh.
And before you know it, they've spent $10 or whatever.
Yeah,
and they're
10 or
spending that-
$12 at the convenience
nothing.
store.
They get nothing for it, and they're not making much money as it is.
Right. Right.
Okay, guys. When
I'm
I these other YouTubers, they've always got their T-shirts on, and some of them's got the nice shirts with the embroidery and stuff like that. Well, since I wear Hawaiian shirts most of the time, the embroideries are going to get lost
Yeah.
and all
Yes.
that. So check out my new shirt.
Whoa!
Wow.
Hold it closer to the screen. Hold it
Hold
closer.
it closer. Oh,
Whoa! I want one.
That
found
is so cool.
on Etsy that incorporates the logo. You can put a pic, you put photos, whatever you want to, right into the
Very
design.
cool. Very cool.
Holy Moses, I love
Tell you what,
that.
you're a marketing guru here, Grumpus.
I know, right?
That
Well, I
is
always say selflessly self-promote at every
that is
opportunity.
sensational. That is sensational.
I've got something to wear when I meet these other guys.
That's
See?
right.
Name on it.
Well,
That is
gosh,
pure
Grumpus,
class.
you could get a couple of them and wear them in your videos too.
That was kind of a prototype. I wanted to see what the material looked like and everything.
Do you like
But
it?
It looks pretty good.
Yeah.
I need to run it through a wash cycle and make sure it doesn't bleed everywhere.
Right. Right.
You can throw when you send me one, throw in a few coasters as well. Oh, a koozie. Koozie. I don't have a koozie.
Oh, you need more pins.
No,
To,
no. Plenty of Grumpus pins.
cooking with Coleman at the end of next month.
Yeah.
Hey?
How was that?
I don't
Are
know
they
who that is.
allowing packages in Australia yet, Patrick?
Are they? What was that?
Are they allowing packages into Australia?
Mine's better than yours.
No, it's not. It's not.
Well, I don't know because I just, do you know, I don't know if I told you, I ordered some. I didn't even know that they'd stop packages because I was getting them. I've been getting them. The last one I got was from whether it be Marcel or someone, and all of a sudden they've just stopped. So I don't know what's going on, but I ordered some Uncle Steve's shake.
Yeah.
Because he had I went to his website and he had a sampler pack, but it was called the International Pack for, so I thought I'll just get that, a bit of everything,
Oh yeah.
I tried all. And they went off and tried to send it and it got returned.
Oh no.
And I what the hell's going on? So I don't know, I'm gonna have to find out because that's
Well, why did they stop it? Why did they stop the mail?
Australia.
Because it's Australia.
When I sent the Christmas cards out at Christmas time with the koozies and that kind of stuff in it, I had a whole stack of them, and at the post office they just said this won't go. They're not receiving packages.
Yeah.
Oh no.
You could have found another way, Grumpus.
Well, I wanted to bring it to you.
Very, very disappointed. You gave up far too easily.
But no, seriously, I've been told that they're not letting packages in because
that was about a month ago.
So have they raised that? I mean, have they lifted that ban?
I've got to check back because I need to let Steve know because they're going to resend it.
Oh, okay.
Whenever it's over, because I still want it. I mean, the money was refunded and all that, so whatever it was, but I still want it. I still want the stuff. I can't wait to try Uncle Steve shakes.
I know, right?
But it's just annoying because there's no reason for it. I mean, we're not.
Yeah.
I think by now they should be back open because they've dropped everything else. There's virtually no restrictions here anymore at all.
I have to try it again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
in case you didn't see a minute ago, mine are better because I have two. Come on. You're going to raise me another one?
No, more than that.
Right. He's going to raise me a handful.
Cop this.
Oh, come on. Seriously.
3.
Hang on. I got 3 around here. I just got to find it.
3.
Charlotte, see his 3 pins and raise him a koozie.
Oh, I can do that.
Look, don't go there.
And a coaster.
I'll unsubscribe. I'll unsubscribe.
Too soon, huh?
Don't you go there.
I think I can. I think I can go there. Hang on.
I don't think you can. You don't want to lose that subscription, believe me.
I've got 1,230 now.
Oh, listen to you. This
I know,
snotty.
right? I am. Oh,
No,
it's not in here. It's in my room. I'm not going
Yeah,
in my room.
well,
I'll wake Poppy
no.
up.
Don't go in there.
You can
I'll
have
wake
mine.
Poppy up.
Oh, it's even got the thing on it.
Yeah. You can
got the
scan it
QR
right.
code.
Yeah, it's
You can
got that
right now.
QR
It'll go right.
something. It goes right to his website. Oh, wait. There's the third one. And the koozie.
Whatever. Whatever.
I have
And I
one
have-
on the way, Patrick. As
Wait.
soon as I can get it down there.
As soon as you can get it there. I have actually another pen, a red
You
one in
weren't-
my room.
We're not excluded on purpose.
Oh no, of course not.
No, we can't. We're not allowed to exclude people these days in anything.
That's right.
Right?
Everyone's got to get a prize, Grumpus. Because we're all special.
Are
Everybody's
we?
special.
We're all special people.
Well, that's good to know.
You know, I'm not getting political, even though I am.
I know.
There's an election here. Well, there's two. There's a federal one coming up it's in about a month, and then we've got a state one at the end of the year. But anyway, so there's all this rubbish on the news. You know, every day you're bombarded with it. But there's this woman up in Sydney, and it's a Conservative candidate, and she's made a couple of comments about transgender people in sport.
Mm-hmm.
And she's actually dared to say that she thinks they've got that. And she's not the only one saying it. I mean, there's documented cases of
Well, men
it
have an
being-
unfair advantage over women,
being
period.
a problem. It's a problem, and women are
Yeah.
saying it.
Yeah.
But this liberal, well, you see, the funny thing is, our Conservative Party in Australia is actually called the Liberal Party. Go figure. But they're the Conservative Party here.
Okay.
And this woman has come out and made a comment. Nothing sort of. It's very benign sort of stuff. Just look, we don't think that. I don't endorse, and there was some reason why she said it. She was asked about it or something, and it's caused this furor. This. Oh my God, you can't say that. Like all it was saying, that they've got it. She felt that they've got an unfair advantage in the sporting arena.
In sports, right.
It needs to be better regulated because women are being, ironically, women are now being disadvantaged, whereas in every other area of life now, women are protected. They
Are
feel
protected,
harmed,
right.
Equal opportunity and all that. And
Right.
it's sort of a bit funny that now it's happening. But she's a woman and she speaks up. And she's getting all sorts of abuse and unbelievable vilification. It's just
That's a
funny.
shame.
I don't know why I brought that up, but why did
I was very surprised
because we're all special. We're all special, aren't we?
Yeah.
We're all
I was
special.
really surprised last week when you said that voting there was not an optional sport, that it was that it's
no, it's
mandatory.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy because you
I
get
just-
people just showing up just because they don't want to get fined.
Right.
So
You know,
they
I had-
have no idea. They have no idea. They don't care who they're going to. They just sign it. They just write anything on the thing.
Right.
They're just
Right.
doing it so they don't get a fine.
Right. I had some conversations this week with quite a few of my friends about your perspective on the U.S. And because it was
Country in the
was-
world.
well, and that's what I said to him. I said, this gentleman friend of mine believes that U.S. is the best country in the world, and that we badmouth it and everything, but we have more freedoms than we realize compared to the rest of the world. And I said,
Charlotte,
what?
did you refer to me to someone else as a gentleman?
I did. I did.
Ooh,
I did. I'm sorry.
very,
I'm so sorry.
very, very proper.
Well, that's what
See,
I said.
I don't. But I don't know that I identify as a gentleman.
Well, you probably don't.
I'll have to think about that. I could be offended.
I hope not.
I'm not sure if I'm offended. I
I
might
hope
be.
not. Well, you think about it and let me know.
I'm not actually. No, that's
And
good.
I will accommodate whatever
I have been
affiliation.
told all sorts of things that are much worse than gentlemen.
I'm sure. But I just think it was such a special perspective. And
what did they say? What did
they
say?
they actually, the one in particular that I was speaking to said, it's really same thing I said, basically. She said, it's nice to hear somebody from outside saying that, because, most of the time you hear about foreign countries who absolutely hate our country and who think that we're this or that or whatever. And I just think it's really cool that you have such you admire the politics and the.
I can tell you for absolute certainty, I'm the majority.
Are you?
What I think, I'm the majority. Really? Absolutely.
Huh. Well, I told her, I said, I said, we need to start talking about our country like it is the shining city on the hill that everybody else thinks that it is.
But see, the thing with America is that you don't, well, when you live there, you probably just, you're so used to it. But, we could use that sort of the level of patriotism that you have over there.
Mm-hmm.
We need that in Australia, because we're losing, I think we've lost our identity, and we're not patriotic enough.
Well, I will say this.
Because we're sort of made to feel guilty about being patriotic. It's we're living in strange times, and it's wrong. We should be proud of living here. And the majority are, but it's the noisy minority, I think, that got up all this hysteria, and I'm offended.
It's the Colin Kaepernicks of, that make the most noise.
I think most people are sensible, and they know, what's really going on. And we could use, America is, without America, Australia, we don't exist.
Well, so and I told her that. I didn't, I was so ignorant about that. I didn't know that.
Well, even if you don't love America, surely you'd love them. Well, the only reason you don't love America is if you don't understand how the world works. Because
I do.
But I'm saying, sort of, if you're an Australian, if you're someone like me, and there's plenty. There are people here that don't like America, and they say, "Oh, who'd want to be American?" and all that. They're crazy, all of them, and all that. But they have no understanding of how it works. That if without America, we'd be talking Indonesian, we'd be a Muslim. We would have been. We can't defend ourselves. We've got nothing. We've got a couple of people running around with machine guns who are in this army that we've got that can't defend anything. If we were invaded, the only reason we haven't been invaded is because of America, because people are afraid of America.
Right.
The minute we lose that alliance, it's all over for us. We're a sitting duck. I tend to think, I don't care what America does. From my perspective, thank God for America.
Yeah.
For not only for us, but for world peace. America has contributed more to world peace than any other nation in history, but it doesn't get talked about enough. You're right. You do hear all the negative stuff about America. I'm telling you, from where I sit, the positive far outweighs, and there's always going to be negative.
What is a gun drill, Brenda?
Perfect.
She said, we're patriotic here, just quieter about it. And then she said, I didn't have to grow up in school as a child with gun drills. I don't know what that is.
Do if the shooter shows up at school.
That. Oh, well, I didn't either, but
I didn't either. But we did have atomic atomic bomb.
Yeah, we had Cold War drills where we had to get underneath our desk and wait for the nuclear bomb to drop on us. And of course we have tornado drills. We had those and fire drills. But now, you know, kids are stupid, and some of them want to go around shooting up the school. So I don't know. Yeah, yeah. Kids there have got, well, they actually call them active shooter drills. And they are to tell the kids need to know what to do in the event that some other kid has a gun in his backpack. Because, you know, that's been happening here for what? How many years since Columbine?
God, I don't know.
20, maybe more since Columbine. Yeah, because that's a new development. Hasn't always been the standard, but it is now. And, you know, our schools here now are kind of like prisons. If I, as a parent, want to go to my daughter's school, I have to show my ID at the door. They have to flip a switch in there to unlock the door, and then I can walk through. But there's only a small office area that I can walk into. It's about, I don't know, it's probably as big as my kitchen and dining area, about 300 square foot area. And there's a person behind the desk, and you tell them what you want. And you can't just walk down and go get your kid from class. They call your kid. They come up to the office. The kids have to scan their ID cards to get in through to the door. And then we have to scan her ID card to get out of the door. It's crazy. When I was a kid, and when my oldest 5 kids were little, we used to use the school playground as a playground. After school, we would go up there and play and walk the dogs, and just, you know, it was public property and we could do that. Now they're all fenced off here. Every one of the schools completely fenced off. If you are caught on school grounds after school, unless you're participating in an activity at the high school or middle school, you get a fine, a ticket, a fine, and if you're a jerk about it, they'll throw your butt in jail. They have security. I'm sorry.
Here's my perspective on all of that, right? Is that people that are anti-guns, that don't like guns, fair enough. You've got your opinion. You either like guns or you hate guns, whatever. Who cares?
Well, I don't like guns, but I have one, and I know how to use it.
Yeah, sure. But back in those times you're describing, when you were at school and when I was at school, you know, there was less need for the security. There was less need for any of this. But the thing about it is that there were just as many guns. Yes, there were. So what that says to me, as someone not from America but from Australia, is that, well, okay, so if there was just as many guns then as there is now, does that either means that the guns are like an inanimate object, like just a piece of metal, it suddenly has become more dangerous on its own? No, I think what it is, it means that people have become more dangerous. Exactly. It's not the gun. It's not the gun that's killing people. It's the people. Right. To me, that's the flaw in the argument to say that you should have less guns, because I don't see how that fixes it. It doesn't. Because we had a guy. We don't have guns in this country, but we had a guy about 5 years ago decide to drive a car through the centre of town, and he mowed down and killed dozens of people. Using a car. I mean, he would have done, if he'd had a gun, he probably would have killed maybe less people, actually, because of the where he was. People could have had time to move out the way and stuff. But he used a car and he killed, not to mention killed, but injured, maimed. Right. Like, it was just carnage. It was chaos. And all that happened here recently at Christmas time. Somebody ran into a high school band full of kids. Yeah, it was insane. My point being, if So it's not the guns that are doing it; it's the person that does it.
It's the people. Yeah.
So therefore,
Yeah.
it doesn't make sense to me. Well, take the guns off everyone because the people that are going to do that are going to do it anyway.
And they're going to find a way
I'll just find
to
another way to do it.
perpetrate their evil on the other folks.
Mm.
They're just going to find it. I mean, a gun is not the only way to kill somebody.
No, well, the
You know?
highest in Australia, I think the highest. I think we've got an epidemic of knife
Well,
knife murders are the
Yeah.
number one.
well, it's because they don't have guns.
Well, I mean, yeah, maybe.
They're going to grab
Maybe.
whatever they can grab to
Yeah,
do the
I think-
deed.
Well, I think if you're the type of person that wants to kill someone with a knife, if you had a gun, you'd use a gun, wouldn't you? I don't know.
Yes, sir. That's exactly right.
But I mean, I've got a dozen knives in my kitchen.
Hmm. But you're not
Everyone-
dangerous, and those
everyone's
knives are not
knives.
picking themselves up and stabbing somebody by alone without any assistance. I don't know. I just think people are more evil.
I received the knife you probably see me using in videos now, received as a gift. from
Oh, how
someone,
nice!
Another channel. But the funny part about it was I was reading the paraphernalia and it said the instructions for the knife. It said the number one thing was not to be used for mortal combat. I don't know whether they were being funny or whether they were being serious, but it actually says that in the thing.
Well, it's pretty freaking hilarious, isn't it?
I mean, it's a big, sharp knife. I mean, it came to me through the mail.
Well, here at the McDonald's, if you order a cup of coffee, it says "Caution: Coffee is hot" on the cup.
Yeah, yeah.
That's like, no shit, Einstein.
Oh, they did that here because they got sued. McDonald's
They got sued. Yeah.
Spilled a cup of coffee on themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
When our girl, oh my goodness, Brenda. I might have gotten rid of mine on that. She said our girls were in their teens and held a gun on one another. Were they
Shit.
fighting with each other? That's terrible. Well, I'll tell you something. Right down the road in my old neighborhood, just about 2 weeks ago, a drug-addled lady walked into her mom's house where her 5-year-old daughter was staying with the grandmother. This woman walks in. It was the grandmother's daughter, of course. She shot her mother in front of the little girl and then shot herself in the head.
Yeah, I heard
I can't even. I mean, I'm a parent. I have 2 daughters. I cannot imagine our relationship devolving to the point that one of us has to point a gun at the other one.
Didn't the grandmother have legal custody of the kid, I think?
Yeah. And now the people across the street are going through the process to adopt the kid. There's no family anywhere to take this kid. So the family that lives across the street got emergency home study and all that stuff done so they could foster the child, and they want to adopt her. And they know her, they've known her since she was a little tiny thing. But it was terrible. Oh, wow. Yeah, teenage girls fight. Yeah. Mine never held guns on each other, but they sure called each other some colorful things.
Well, children shouldn't be allowed to. I mean, there's a reason why there are laws to protect children from lots of things. They're not allowed to drink when they're under a certain age, drive a vehicle,
Right.
use a gun, I would hope, all sorts of things. A
Right.
gun's just another way. It's a very dangerous, but a chainsaw is.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, anything can be dangerous. So,
Yeah. I will never forget one time my daughter had her boyfriend over at the house, my oldest daughter. She was probably 17 or 18, and her boyfriend was acting kind of mean. He was just being a real jerk. And he was kind of bantering back and forth with me and Poppy about something. Being a smart ass is what he was doing. And Poppy went out in the garage for something, and I hollered, "Hey, honey, get the chainsaw." And he came in the house with the chainsaw cranked up. That kid hid behind my daughter.
Oh, there's a real man.
Wesley-
I'm right behind you. I'm right behind you, honey.
Wesley cut off the chainsaw and looked at him and said, "Get out, get the blank out of my house. If you would put my daughter in front of you in that kind of situation,
Exactly.
get out of my house."
Exactly.
And he did. He did. He left.
Mind you, I probably would have done the same thing.
Oh,
Here you go, love. Here you go, honey. You go first.
you play catch with him, not me. You know, God.
Yeah.
But I will
Well,
never forget.
that would have been a terrifying sight.
I will never forget that as long as I live. Because Poppy didn't play with them boys.
No,
He did not play with
I
them.
admire him even more. Just to keep saying, Charlotte, if you weren't married to him, I'd be making my move.
Well, these are the reasons I married Poppy.
Oh, yes. Never argue with a man with a chainsaw.
You're darn right. You're darn right.
Yeah,
I
that boy learned a valuable lesson.
He did, didn't he? Don't mouth off at your girlfriend's parents.
Not a good idea.
No. And he was. We hated him anyway.
Mm.
She was spite dating him to get back to basically to do what we told her not to do. But that's when I learned, with her is when I learned you can't control who your kids associate with. To some degree you can. But if a teenager is determined to accomplish a thing, that thing is going to get accomplished whether you're there or not.
Figure out a way.
Yeah, they figure out a way to do whatever it is they want to do. So, blended family, he has 2 and you have 2. Okay.
4 daughters.
Yeah,
4
Can you
daughters.
ima-
Wow.
well, I've only got 3 daughters, and that's
After
enough.
that,
Well, and they, only 2 of them were around the same age. The other one was born decades later. Because Erica and Rachel are 3.5 years apart. So Erica's 36 and Rachel's about to be 33 in June. And then Violet came along. Rachel was 16 and Erica was 19. So there's a big age difference there.
Huge.
But I'll
I've got 4 daughters. That means somebody's pissed off at him all the time.
all the time. Between 4 daughters and a wife.
Oh, God.
I've been in that house. He's in a doghouse. I'll bet.
You know what's so funny, Grumpus? That was never the situation in my house because they always were mad at me. And everybody always defends Wesley.
Yeah, but just
Mom.
That's because he's got a chainsaw.
without getting into all the biology and stuff. I mean, somebody's going to be cranky all the time.
Yeah.
No need to
Yeah.
even go there with the biology. That's a given.
Oh, jeez.
Poor guy.
That's true. That's true.
Mm.
I will, Rachel used to be so. When I was in school, that was not talked about openly. Girl issues were just talked about amongst girls,
Right.
not in mixed company. Well, by the time Rachel got to high school, these terms just were thrown about the house, and it made me very uncomfortable because I'm just not used to that vernacular. And I will never forget one time at 2:00 in the morning. 2:00 in the morning. Rachel comes in our bedroom. Wesley, you have to go to the store for me. He's like, why? She says,
No.
because I'm not going to say what she said, but she needed some feminine products. He says, I'm not going in there to buy that for you at 2:00 in the morning. He said, you should have told me that before you went to bed.
Yes.
Well, I didn't know before I went to bed. He says, you knew you were out. So
That's right.
basically, what he did was he drove her up there and made her go in there and buy it.
Christmas is
Yeah, just
coming.
imagine if he went in there and said, "Oh, can I get some? I want some lipstick and I want some,
Right?
nail polish." They just
A whole bunch of girl products. Yeah.
Looked at him in a very funny way.
But here's the crazy thing. Now that Violet is a teenager and, she's a young lady and going through these things, you would not believe some of the stuff she says. I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. You're going to scar your father for life. Stop it. Stop it. Just stop. I mean, I understand asking for products that she might need. Why she didn't come to me and say, hey, Mom, this is going on.
Well,
this is what I need. That's what I would have done. But no,
when she gets a job, she won't need to ask anyone. She can just spend her
she
own
can just
money.
go spend her own money.
She
Go
can get her
buy it
job.
herself.
Look, did you see that smile that you put on my face by saying that?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
thank you. Yeah. That's a beautiful thing. Her spending her own money on her own
Yes.
stuff.
Yes, because when she starts to do that, there'll be no more of this. No crying in the kitchen.
That's right. That's right.
No crying in the kitchen. There'll be all laughter.
You know
and-
what? Every time I see that shirt, all I can think of is that movie where Tom Hanks says, "There's no crying in baseball."
Right. League of
What
their
was
own.
that movie?
League of their
What
own.
was that?
League of their own, wasn't it?
League of Their Own. Yes, it had Madonna and Gina Davis, who I love.
Yeah,
I love. God, she's a
mean
wonderful actress.
You didn't say Tom Cruise, did you?
No, I said Tom Hanks.
Hank.
Tom Hanks. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
Tom
remember that was
Hanks.
a good movie.
it was a great movie.
Even
One of
Madonna
my-
was good in that.
I know that was one of my all-time favorite movies back in
That's
the
a good
day.
movie.
That and did you ever see the movie? Oh Jesus, I thought I would never forget it.
Yeah, I did see that.
Hang on.
Jesus. movie.
Lion something. It had the two old guys that sat on the front porch and had shotguns. And the one guy was always telling stories about, oh God, what was the name of it?
The
Come on,
movie
guys.
or show.
It was a movie, and this little boy went to live with them because he had to. His mother left him there, and they basically the reason they started the movie was because the old guys had gotten an airplane and drove it through the barn and it killed them, and he was going to the house to Lion. Oh God, sleeping.
Why don't you Google it?
I'm going to, but I don't know how to. Shit. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now?
It's enough with the swearing there. Grumpy old men, Brenda says.
I love that one too, but no, it's not Grumpy
That's
Old Men.
right.
But they
No.
were. It had Duvall. What was his name? Duvall.
Robert Duvall.
Robert Duvall. And
Just look him up and you'll find out what
well,
it
I
is.
can't because I got like 1% on my stupid.
Well, I'll look it up.
You look him up for me.
I'm going to take matters into my own hands, Charlotte.
Yes, do that for me, please. Thank you.
Robert Duvall, he was great.
He's in every
The
movie.
Godfather.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, do you know what my favourite Robert Duvall movie is apart from The Godfather? Is Falling Down. You seen that?
I don't think
with,
I've ever seen that.
with Michael Douglas. That's a must.
Okay, now it's ringing a bell. It's ringing a bell
Yeah.
now.
Now, what is it? Robert Duvall.
Secondhand Lions.
Oh, Secondhand Law. I've never heard of it.
I
Oh,
haven't
you
heard.
gotta watch it. You guys gotta watch this movie. It is a good guy movie. It's an excellent guy movie. Now I think when it came out, it was billed towards younger people, but me and Wesley absolutely loved it. It's a great movie. There's even a fight scene in a restaurant. Secondhand Lions. That's it. Yep. That is one of
Okay.
the best movies in the world.
One of the best movies in the world.
I loved it. I loved it.
Gonna-
It was
It's going to have to be
great.
good. Gonna
It was
have to be good.
great.
Secondhand lines. When was that? I'm just looking up. I can't find it here on his thing.
2003.
2003. Let me look. I'm on IMDb. Oh, there it is. Secondhand lines. Okay.
I forget
who
the
was,
other guy's name.
Michael Caine.
Yes.
Michael Caine. He was in it.
It was a great, great movie.
Oh, and Haley Joel Osment.
Mm-hmm.
He was in the kid from the Sixth
The
Sense.
Sixth Sense. Mm-hmm.
That was a good movie.
Yeah, it was. I see dead people. That
Did you hear
actually.
Did you hear poor old Bruce Willis's?
Oh yeah.
Just had to retire.
Yeah.
I just watched.
Yeah.
I just saw him last night. I just watched Pulp Fiction again.
Oh, did you?
God, I love that movie.
Really?
Pulp Fiction. Oh shit.
I never cared for it much.
Oh, I love it.
But
Yeah.
What's that noise?
That wasn't one of my
it's
favorites.
my dog.
Oh, I thought
She's in her crate over there doing the dance. So I'm
Yeah.
probably gonna have to let her out in a minute. I want to
Sounded
make her.
like hailstones on the roof or something.
I know. She's just. Well, I need to have her nails clipped. I know I do, but the bottom of that crate, if I put a blanket or anything in it, she'll tinkle in it, and I don't
Ooh.
want her. She's old and she has a hard time with all of that stuff. So
Yeah, tell me about it.
I know, right? I can't. Wesley's like, when are we going to put her down? And I'm like, when are you going to put me down? I pee when I laugh, so shoot.
Well, I better keep that in mind.
Yeah, right? Don't get me going. A girlfriend of mine did that to me once. Outside, Dinah, outside. Come on, good girl. Come on, Julesy. Never mind, lay there. I don't care. We were at you ever been to a monster truck?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Yes,
Well, we were at a monster truck thing where they, what do they do? I don't even know what they do. They just rev their engines and they go up these hills and they fall over, and we did it for the kids.
That sounds like what they do. Yeah.
I took my grandsons over to a monster truck rally.
Well, we're there. We're sitting in the seats, and my girlfriend had come to visit me from Virginia. So she came with us. And we're all sitting there, and she has always been able to make me laugh like nobody's business. I mean, we just get together, and it's chaos. And so we're in this stupid show, and we're sitting there, and she knows that I've got 7 kids and a very weak bladder. So she starts making all these comments, knowing that I'm going to start laughing. And she gets me going, and then it gets to be uncontrollable laughter. And then the waterworks start. I swear to you, this is no kidding. By the time it was all over and I was finished laughing, I was a mess. Wesley had to wrap his coat around me just to get me out to the car. And I had to take my britches off in the parking lot and put them in the trunk of the car. It was ridiculous.
Okay, I'm going to stop being funny from now on.
I know, right?
Yeah,
Well, it was.
I realise how funny I normally am, and I'm going to stop.
Oh, okay. It was bad.
Grumpus,
It was really bad.
Too, Grumpus.
And I was absolutely mortified, but there was nothing I could do. There was just nothing I could do about it.
For the sake of Charlotte, Grumpus, we have to stop being funny.
No, don't. Because, I mean, if I pee in my own house, it's okay. I can clean it up.
Yeah, but it's sort of... well, look, okay, as long as you're okay with that.
I'm fine with it. Especially,
all right.
like I said, if
Grumpus,
I
Grumpus,
can always just go grab a towel, you know?
be as funny as you like, Grumpus.
It's almost like a challenge.
Oh my God.
It is. Yeah, I feel the same way, except I'm not in the right position for anything.
Look,
Oh, never mind.
you're
Never
not
mind.
going to believe this, but my kids, every time we all get together, they play the Who Can Make Mom Pee First game.
Oh dear.
It's ridiculous. One time we were playing PlayStation. The Wii
Wii.
game.
The
Where
wee
you-
Yeah, no,
It's called
no
the
pun
Wii.
intended.
I know, right? And there was this ski jump game, and you'd act like you were jumping like off the thing, and you'd fly through the air, and oh my God, me and my daughter got so tickled, and I kept telling her, stop it, and there was a dribble here and a dribble there, and I ended up having to run up the stairs of the house just to be able to put different clothes on because it was starting to get real ugly real quick. And
Wow.
they do this to me all the time. And the more I tell them to stop till I can get to a restroom, the funnier they think it is. And the more they laugh, the more I laugh, and the more I pee, the more they laugh. It's ridiculous.
I get the picture.
I know it's not very
I mean,
it's a
What-
funny thing when it happens.
doorbell rings.
Well, somebody else is getting the door, not me.
I had a dog that used to just dump every time the doorbell rang
Oh no.
Oh, nice.
all over the entry.
Oh no. No, I don't pee when the doorbell rings, just when my kids make me laugh really hard.
Yeah. I'd be getting rid of the doorbell
Or
or the dog.
The only cure for that is like surgery, and I'm not having surgery. Just not
Well,
having it.
there are. What is
And
it?
it's only very occasionally. It's not
I
like
was
it
gonna say
happens
that-
on the daily.
I was going to say they're nappies, but that's what we call them diapers.
Yeah. No. No. No diapers.
Oh.
Maybe the next time I go to a Monster Jam, I'll stop and grab a package.
We're just trying.
Maybe I'll
Would
have to
would
have
anyone-
some of.
Would anyone
sorry.
even notice it at a Monster Jam?
Nobody
No,
did.
I wouldn't notice.
Nobody did. No, nobody did. And
Blood everywhere. Who cares?
I mean, Wesley ran as fast as he could up to the concession stand and grabbed a whole package of paper towels. And he said, "Stand up real quick." And I stood up and he just threw them all on the chair that I was sitting. Yeah, and Brenda has a really good point. You can't see my pants on here.
Yeah, it's true. There's a lot to be
Yeah.
said for doing this sort of thing because there's a lot that you can't see.
Exactly. But I know it's not a very flattering thing to admit about myself, but look, that happens to old ladies.
It's happened to the best of us.
It's it's kind of like the other girl things. It's just kind of part of life. She said, "No, don't get surgery. I know people that have had it and they slip and more trouble from see, that's what I've heard. I'm not having the surgery. I'm just not. I don't care that much about it. I mean, if it happens, I'll take care of it. And if it doesn't happen, I don't have to take care of it. So no,
There are worse things. There are worse things.
definitely worse things. Somebody said to me the other day that they were having a birthday. I think they were 54 or something 54-ish. I can't believe I'm this old. This is depressing. Blah, blah. I said, no, what you ought to be doing is celebrating. Because every birthday you get after this one is a bonus. I said, because,
It's a good attitude.
every year that goes by, I'm like, whoa, I got another year. Hot diggity dog. Because as far as I'm concerned, I'm lucky to be here.
Mm.
I've had a couple of near misses, and it's just I get irritated with people who don't appreciate the time that they do get on this planet. It makes me mad. But let me see here. Oh crap, y'all! I'm out of tea. This could be bad.
Fiddlesticks.
I know, right?
Bring on the fireball.
No, not today, Satan. Not today, Satan.
Satan. Satan is underrated.
Underrated?
Underrated. Bring on the Satan, whatever it is.
No, I'm just not in the mood to wake up feeling icky. You know, that night that I drank all that Fireball? Oh my God.
Which
woke up-
one?
Well, the most recent one. I woke up that next
most
morning
recent one.
and I hurt so bad. Every muscle in my body hurt. Like I had been running a marathon or something. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with me?
Well, you're not like me. You know, see, I've trained for many years. You don't. You see, you've got to. It's a discipline, Charlotte. You've got to do it.
Is that
every
what
day.
I've got to do it every day? No.
Not to that degree, but you've got to build up to it. There's a process involved.
Oh no. I don't think I'm that committed to it.
I've often thought that I could have had a career as an alcohol coach to teach people.
Okay. Teach people how to drink.
Well, because you don't just want to drink a whole lot all at once. You want to do it slowly.
Exactly. Well, that's how,
And
that's
you
what I
brush.
did with that Fireball. My God, it was what? An 8-hour live stream?
Yeah, but you know.
I drank a whole bottle of Fireball in 8 hours.
But that's not much.
No, it's not. And I still
not-
felt
for-
icky.
If you were properly trained, you would have felt fine the next day. You would have just, you just would have gotten up and started drinking more.
Oh,
You see?
that's how it's done.
Yeah. Well, sort
My
of.
girlfriend always said you have to have
hair
a
of the
little
dog
more of the
back
hair
there.
of the dog that bit you.
Hair of the dog. That's right.
That's what she used to say. Of course, she's the one that used to pour tomato juice into her beer and call it a bloody Jesus.
Well, there you go. Brenda's got it right. I have whiskey, rum, vodka, beer, tea, coffee. Exactly.
There you go.
There's nothing better than a splash of the old alcohol in the morning brew.
That's right, Brenda. Many people
call
do
it
not
a
make
heart
it as long
starter.
as us. Well,
What?
if
If I realized I was going to live this long, I took better care of myself.
oh God, ain't that the truth. Wait a minute. let me
Rumpus, you're an
see.
example to all of us.
Okay,
You've done
here
well.
we go.
I just
Yeah.
can't- we've got to find you an alternative career here so that you can stop working, Grumpus.
I agree.
Maybe you should start a YouTube channel.
I probably should take care of the one that I have.
Oh, I was
yes,
on.
that's always. Well, you know, you've got an impressive amount of subscribers and videos there.
Mhm. How many are you up to
And,
now, Grumpus?
I'm
About 30,000.
3,000.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah, I hit that week before last.
That's
Yeah,
great.
see,
The video
Charlotte,
the video I'm editing now is for that 3,000.
Oh, okay. Okay.
let me just say, Charlotte, that some people figure out a way to be successful and get more subscribers without doing anything. And
Apparently, Grumpus has
just
mastered it.
apparently have mastered the art of doing that, and without putting any videos out, they get more. But others, like certain people in the room, like myself, the more videos we do, the more we lose. So I'm thinking if I should do videos in reverse or something,
Maybe.
then I'd get more
Actually,
subscribers.
y'all, I've posted I've done my live streams I've averaged about every other week since Christmas, right? And I've posted one video since Christmas, which is completely just unacceptable, but that's where I'm at.
Totally unacceptable.
Since Thanksgiving.
And I got 1,000 subscribers at Christmas time, and now I have 1,230. And I'm
Sweet.
getting now. I was only getting like 60 to 80 views a day back then. And now I'm getting over 200. I'm like, what is going on here? I don't understand. And it's not one video in particular. Like with Marcel, you know, she had that one that took off.
Well, she's had more than that, but that's one.
Well, but recently she had that one that took off, and it's blowing my mind because I can't figure out what's going on because it's not one video in particular. It's just a lot of people are watching a lot of my stuff.
That's
so
good.
it
How
is,
about that?
and
How
this
about that?
this might be a good time for me to really start posting some videos since there's so much exposure,
It might be.
you know. So I
I
think
don't
I'm
think
going to
there's
do
a
that.
bad time to post a video.
Mm.
There's
Oh,
never a bad time.
no, there's not. There's not.
So how's your watch hours coming along?
I only need 300 more.
That's it?
Uh-huh.
300.
Get you through that this week.
And I might even get a whopping $18 a month when I do.
Well, I keep running your playlist on different computers,
Is that what's going on?
but I use a VPN.
Oh,
So
Oh.
I'll just change locations on my VPN and then run because that changes your IP.
oh,
So I'll run your whole playlist and it looks like it's running out of Belgium. And then I'll
oh,
run your whole playlist and it looks like it's running out of Denver.
oh,
Mm.
that's cool.
Just keep
Yeah.
doing that through all these different locations. And
And how does one get a VPN?
you just pay for
Buy it. Pay for it.
But what
buy it.
is it? An app?
Rumpus,
It's
Rumpus is
encrypted. They call it a tunnel. It's an encrypted signal that, like your
blocks your address.
internet provider can see what you're doing and the sites that you go to and things like that. Well, with a
Oh.
VPN, they can only see data moving. They can't see what it is. So it locks it on your end and it locks it on the other end, and nobody in between can see what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Brenda, excuse me. You're right. I was going off the numbers that I spouted the other day. Because it was just the other day. But yes, this does count. It does count. I don't know where I'm at yet. I can't get my computer to turn on so that I can find out. But that's okay. Y'all, I need a new computer so bad. And I'm thinking, okay, do I buy the freezer or do I buy a computer? I need the freezer.
You can't.
Really need the freezer. And once Poppy wakes up, he can get this thing to charge.
A laptop's not going to help you in a hurricane, but a
What do
freezer
you
will.
mean? You're right. You're exactly right. You're exactly right.
Once
Well, the
again,
laptop
Rumpus,
will keep.
the
Go
voice
ahead,
of
I'm sorry.
reason.
Yeah. Because you're right. In fact, I was telling Wesley, because he was a little concerned. God dang it, it went out again. Shit. I'll have to look tomorrow. It's what's happened is the little plug-in that's attached to the charger, it's really loose and it doesn't keep a connection. So I have to set a bag of beans on it for it to charge right. But it
What's
has
this
to be
for?
my computer, my laptop.
Oh, you
Laptop just like that.
Yeah.
It will not hold a charge even with a brand new battery.
Right.
It only
And
works plugged in.
it's making me crazy. But I mean, it is what it is, and I've got to deal with it until I can grab another one.
I even bought
And
a plug and put it in mine, and that didn't help.
really, well, now this one well, I don't know.
have you
I
ever
think
tried?
I'm sorry.
This might sound silly, but have you ever tried cleaning out the actual
Mm-hmm.
plug hole?
Yeah. Poppy did that, and he's actually just about to resort to hardwiring it. He can take those wires and just put them where they need to be and solder them in there. And that way it'll just always have to be plugged in.
There you go.
So I told him he needed to do that for me.
Yes, Poppy.
You know, Brenda,
Let's do that.
we live in a hurricane zone and we're always trying to be prepared. But as far as, we don't do a lot of, I don't know how to answer your question, because when you say prepping in my head, I'm thinking about those militant preppers that the world is about to end and
5 years
gloom and-
worth of food in the basement.
yeah, and that's not what we're doing. We are always prepared for a hurricane. We always have canned food that doesn't need much preparation. We always have a freezer full of food because generators can keep that running and we'll have food. And we have ways to cook outside. We have a gas burner. I have my Blackstone griddle, and we have charcoal grill that we can also use wood, to cook on. So, I mean, are we prepping all the time? But not like we're not militant about it. If
I'm
that
not
makes any
prepping.
sense.
Neighbor kids need to stay off my property.
That's right. And I do grow a garden, but it's just because I love to garden. It's not. I mean, I benefit from it, of course. We get food from it, and this year there's going to be a lot of food from it. But I'll just put it up and eat it as I'm probably give half of it away. If the truth be known, that's what I usually do. And I have chickens, but I have chickens because I like the chickens. I like their eggs too, but that's just kind of like a bonus for me. I just like having my chickens. They're fun. Me and my chickens solve all the world problems by 7 o'clock every morning with coffee and mealworms. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, but those fresh eggs, you can't go past those fresh eggs.
They're good. They're good.
Yeah. There is no comparison.
They're very good. And I told Wesley the other day, I said, between my garden and these eggs, if anything happened and you couldn't work or I couldn't, do anything, I said, we could eat. I mean, it might not be what we want every day, but we could eat. And and I have bunnies too, but I only have them for their poop because you can put hot bunny poop on a garden without it burning your plants. So I use that for fertilizer. Comes right out of their booty, and I throw it on the stinking garden.
Nice.
Looks like I have Cocoa Puffs in my garden soil. And sometimes I look at it and go, I'm not going to dig through that with my hands. Because when I plant things, I usually just, dig down and move the soil out of the way. And sometimes I look at it and go, no, not today. Not today. I'm not doing that today. Other days, I just do it, and then I come inside and wash my hands. But if it's really blatantly obvious that that's what it is, no, I don't do that. Which I find really funny.
I've been meaning to ask you now. Water temperatures are coming up. Is your lily starting to come back?
Yes.
All right.
Oh my God.
I was afraid to bring it up. I thought maybe it.
It has like 12 little red leaves already, and I'm like, oh my God, I forgot to tell you that. That is something I wanted to tell you, and I forgot. I'm so glad you asked. I'm very, very excited because it's going to bloom this year.
Oh, absolutely, it will.
It is going to bloom, and I'm going to have to buy another one. But I'm scared if I do, they'll crowd each other out, and then
they will eventually.
That
thing will fill up where you've got it.
Yeah, because it's just a small, 100-gallon feed trough.
And those leaves are probably about the size of a dinner plate.
When they're big, they are. When they get full grown, yeah. I like the ones that are more salad plate size, though. It makes no sense, but I just think they're pretty. And I love the colors on this one. And I don't know if they all do that, Grumpus. Do all of them come out red and then turn splotchy and then they get green?
There's different varieties. You've got a hardy,
Really?
what they call a hardy. It's got smooth edges, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, you can tell those are the hardies, and then the tropicals have a sawtooth edge.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. Okay. Well, I get tickled over this one. When I saw those leaves, I just saw them last weekend. And I'm like, oh my God, look, Wesley, the plant's coming up.
And then the one that you have on the hardies, the flower will set right on the water.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't go up above.
The tropicals are on a stem above.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah,
Well.
it'll be pretty exciting when you get your first bloom. You'll see it coming.
You know I'm going to do a video about that first bloom. You mean you see it coming from under the water?
Yeah.
Shut up.
You'll see a stalk. The stalk will come up, and it'll grow 4 or 5 inches in a day. You can check. In fact, you can check it in the morning, and then in the evening you'll see the growth on it. It grows out.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Yeah,
I can't wait. I can't wait.
And it generally they'll I think on the hardy, it'll open and then close and open and close for about 3 days.
Oh.
Come up and do its thing, and when it's done, it just pulls back down in the water.
Mm. Mm.
You don't even have to do anything. You don't have to prune it.
It just kind of corkscrews down, and then you can come in later. And what I always did, I just reached down and grabbed the stem, and I followed it all the way to the dirt. And just pinched it off.
Pinched it right off. See, that's what I do with some of the leaves when they die.
Yeah.
Is I just follow it down and pinch them off.
But I had mine at a 6 foot diameter horse trough.
Oh my God.
I had one dead center, and it would grow, the leaves come up and then
go all the way to the edges.
And then the stem keeps growing. And I would have leaves pushing over the edge of the and
oh wow.
About once every 3 weeks or so, I'd go in there and I'd trim all the leaves off except for about 2 feet of them.
Right. Well, is that how you were able to? Was it just the one in that pot or that trough?
Yeah.
Oh my God. See, I was thinking if I got one of those great big pond things, the troughs, that I could put 3 or 4 of them in there, but I guess not.
Yeah, you can if you want to keep them trimmed back.
Keep them trimmed back. Okay. Brenda says she wears gloves when she gardens, so she doesn't get rabbit poop under her fingernails. Smart. That's very smart. Because I'm telling you what, when I don't wear gloves, I come in the house and I have to wash my hands, of course. And I have to wash my nails. And about 3 or 4 hours later, I will have any variety of rash all over my hands.
I'll bet.
Because I mean, I don't know what causes it, but there's something out there that I'm sensitive to. And I'll get these little red blistery looking, and it's not poison ivy because I don't have any of that in my yard that I know of. And I know what it looks like. So, but yeah, it's crazy. There's something out there that just bothers me. But I don't care.
Brenda can't plant until May 24th.
Oh, that's so sad. That's a whole month away.
That's a whole month away. I got stuff burning up by then.
Me too. Some of my tomatoes will be done by then. Yeah. And my squash might be done by then. Maybe a couple more weeks. But, because those damn, what do you call them, vine boring bugs here are bad. But now I haven't seen one yet.
I'm fighting snails right now.
I have never had a really huge problem with snails.
I put basil out, and the snails have just gone nuts with that thing.
Really?
Yeah.
That ain't no good.
I put beer out, and that worked, and caught a bunch of snails. I put the snail bait out. But there's just so much of them. Yeah.
She said she worries about dog poop and have to hope this puppy or growing horse dog. Horse dog. Do you have a Great Dane? Doesn't destroy the garden. It's only 50 degrees there. Oh my God. I can't even imagine.
Yeah, 'cause it's 72 here right now.
Yeah, I looked earlier and it was 76 here. It might have cooled off some.
And tomorrow it's supposed to hit 82.
Yeah, we're supposed to be in the 80s too. Isn't that interesting? I thought you guys were cooler than we were. Just a little.
Well, she's hanging with the cool kids, though.
Oh, well, that's true. That's true. Calling for more snow? I can't even wrap my head around it. Because even when I lived in Virginia, by the time it was April, snow was over. Goodness gracious. I guess, Brenda, how long is your growing season up there? I mean, is it like 2 or 3 months, or do you know how many days it is? Like from your first frost till last frost till your first one? A golden doodle. Okay. My daughter has one of those. He's beautiful. She's 8 months old. Aww. In fact, I told my daughter the other day she needed to give me that dog because she's not spending time with him, and he has absolutely no manners. He'll go up behind the baby and steal the baby's food. He jumps on people when they come to the door. I don't have a dog in my house that would do something like either one of those things.
Nobody's working with him.
Exactly. They don't spend any time with him. They're not trying to train him. He barely knows his name. And I told her, I said, you did not need this dog. You do not deserve this dog. And you need to let me have that dog. But she won't do it. She won't do it. Her father gave her that dog. He breeds them. And
You would have time for another dog, Charlotte?
sure, I can make time for another dog.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Especially if
Even
it's a
after-
poodle.
Even after you've adopted me?
I don't know. The dog
That's a
gets
lot
here
to take-
first. We might
to
have to
take
rehome you.
Yeah, I'd end up homeless.
You might. Well, I would feed you.
Yeah, but on what?
On the porch?
Smooth peanut butter?
No, I would
Smooth
feed you
peanut
regular food. You just have to eat it on the porch because the dog would take up so much room.
Okay. Looks like I'm with you, Grumpus. Looks like I'm with you.
Yeah, you might have to be. Look, I've been so slow today. I've only done that much. Can you believe that? That's slow for me.
A lot more than what I've done.
It's pretty though. End of May till the end of October for pumpkins. Okay. Well, that's not too bad. June, July, August. That's over 4 months. That's good. So when do you get your first snow, Brenda? I'm curious about that. Usually.
So when will you have this sweater or whatever it is you're knitting for me ready?
This washcloth?
Oh, is that all it is? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll take a washcloth.
Okay.
But you shouldn't be doing this for me, Charlotte.
No, I probably shouldn't.
I don't deserve it.
Yes, you do.
Oh, do I?
Yes, you do.
Well, hopefully you knit something for Grumpus as well.
I would knit something for everybody.
Yeah, because Grumpus, I mean, we don't want to be playing favourites.
We're not going to play favorites. We're not playing favorites. Actually,
Brenda, you can't beat that cold water out of the toilet.
what? Wait.
I highly recommend it.
She's found there's clean cold water in the toilet.
Something about that chill that horse had.
That's great. Oh my gosh, that's great. That is so funny. My dogs used to do that. We had 2 black standard poodles. And they were the best dogs in the whole world. Cannon and Ashton. And Ashton was my daughter's dog, but Cannon was mine. And I named all of my dogs after musical terms. My first dog was Opus. And then we had Cannon. And then we had Cello. And then we had Jasper, which I don't know where the music went in that one, but but those were my poodles. And Opus was first. He had Addison's disease and he passed away very early. He was only 10 months old when we had to put him down. He was having an Addison's crisis and we didn't know that's what it was. And we got him. He was just too far gone.
Mm.
Then we got Cannon, and Cannon was amazing. Cannon was my protector. We got him whenever I started seeing double, right before I started seeing double, and had all of my neurological issues. And when they put me on the medication, I don't even know why they put me on medicine. I wasn't hurting anywhere, just my eye. But the medicine made me it really had a lot of side effects, and it made me sicker than what was really wrong with me. And I didn't realize it for about 6 months. But that whole time, I was really, really dizzy all the time. Super, super dizzy. And that dog would walk right next to me down the stairs so that I could steady myself going down the stairs. He would walk in front of me so I would land on him if I fell, because he would see me stop and he would get right in front of me. He was an amazing helper, and he was never trained to do anything like that. He just did it. And but anyhow, he was a great dog. And they would do that. They would go in the toilet and oh my God, it was a mess.
Leave the seats and lids down because my dogs would get into them.
Mm-hmm.
And I had Basset hounds, so when they got into the water, it was
it was everywhere. See, and poodles are more refined when they do that.
No,
you know,
my boy just face in there.
Because poodles know that they're beautiful. You should have seen them. Every time they'd get groomed, they would prance around the house like their you know what didn't stink. I mean, they would prance like horses through the house. And I'd say, "Are you pretty today?" And they would just prance by me. Walk pretty, walk pretty. And they would walk pretty all through the house. And they were just such beautiful, wonderful dogs. I miss them so much. I'm going to have another one.
Yeah, I miss mine, but I probably won't get any more.
Another poodle? Another poodle?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Maybe 2.
There's a big thing here now where they're crossbreeding them. They're called something.
Doodles.
No, it's something else. Labradoodles.
Labradoodles, golden doodles. And I know that's good for some people. That's not what I'm after.
Now I watch a pretty good YouTube channel called Sailing Doodles.
Oh yeah.
It started out he had 2 Labradoodles. And he's got I don't know how many hundreds of subscribers or 100,000 subscribers he's got.
Yeah.
What happens on that channel? Just sailing around with dogs.
He started out. He's a young guy. He out of Dallas. He was a commercial pilot. A private pilot for corporate executives and stuff like that. And he had I think he had an aneurysm or a stroke or something like that, but he couldn't fly anymore.
Oh no.
He sold everything he owned and bought him a boat. And left that boat and got another boat and left that boat and got another boat. So he's down in the Caribbean right now. Usually has a very attractive crew with him.
I bet he does.
Just very well done videos with a lot of drone footage.
And women in bikinis.
and stuff like that. Yeah, he knows how to make his channel work.
Actually, I think my dad watches that channel too.
But I watch it. It's a good channel.
Yeah, now that you mention him, I think that's exactly
Yeah, sailing.
the one
Noodles.
yeah. And because my dad, he
Mm.
loves animals, period. Y'all, I got to plug my phone in. I'll be right over there.
There's another I watch. I don't know if you know about this one, Patrick. It's a free range sailing,
Ooh.
and they're based in Australia. They've sailed all the way around Australia. I forget how many years it took them.
Oh, wow.
It'd take a while.
But,
It would take a while.
and they've got a very small boat.
Oh.
I wouldn't want to do that, Grumpus.
You wouldn't?
Want to do that?
No.
Sailboating looks romantic and all that. But that's a lot of work.
That's
Not
what.
on a very. I would want to do it on an ocean liner.
Yeah.
Not on a very small boat. That doesn't sound like much fun. Because I know that it from getting from here, for example, to Tasmania
Yeah.
across Bass Strait it's treacherous.
Right.
Yeah.
Even doing that, and that's only a few hundred miles.
Yeah, I think
Wow.
free range sailing they had to cross that a certain
Oh no,
year.
couldn't do that.
certain time of the year just to get the currents right so they could get there.
Oh.
Yeah, I think there's an Australian woman that's set some sort of record for like sailing around the world on her own or something. I forget it. No. There's people that do this stuff like on your own.
Mm-mm.
Like
That
solo.
don't appeal to me. I'd like to have a boat just big enough I could take it out and drop anchor and spend a week someplace.
Oh yeah, that's what you want. Yeah.
Big enough for
None
that,
of this.
not so big that it's a job to take care
I'd
of.
like to have a 40-foot Hatteras with flying bridge.
A what?
A flying bridge.
That would work for me.
But a 40-foot. What was it?
Hatteras.
What's that?
Brand
It's a
name.
boat.
Ah, a boat. Right.
Yeah.
What
It's
is it though?
Yeah.
Like a big boat.
It's a motor yacht, pretty much.
Oh yeah, bring on the
It-
motor. The motor's what you want. Turn it on.
It's,
Get out of there.
Doodles. That's what he has right
That's what I
now.
like.
He's doing a motorboat right now, but I think he's going to
Yeah.
get a sailboat next year.
Get that
See-
motor thing. None of this manual stuff.
no,
Get the
no,
motor- get the-
no. I'm not
get the
good. I don't
motorboat
need
in
a
there.
stick boat. No,
No.
I don't need
No.
a stick boat. Mm-mm. I want a boat with a really fast motor.
Mm,
Two or three really fast motors.
2 or 3 boats. Yeah.
No,
so if one
you can only
fails, you
drive-
can jump in the other one.
No, you can only drive one at a time. So,
Yeah.
but
you have-
oh,
People following behind you. So
I see.
something goes
But-
wrong.
With a 40-foot, you don't need a crew. You can You can single captain a 40-foot boat.
Oh really?
Hmm.
I did not know that.
Anything over 40, I want to say 44 feet, you have to have a crew or a captain, at
You
least.
Do
a
or you
captain.
need to?
What'd you say, Grumpus?
Do you have to, or do you just need to?
No, you have to.
Oh, okay. I didn't know
You
that.
have to. Yeah. It's maritime stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
But it could
but
be a
for-
bikini crew, right?
You can what?
It could be a bikini crew, right?
Yes, it could be any kind of crew you wanted,
All
as long
right.
as you're willing to pay them. But yeah, that's the thing. That's me and Wesley were looking at buying a boat and just living in the harbor. Till a hurricane destroyed the harbor and they haven't built it back yet. So if we decide that we want to go live in the harbor on a boat, we have to go to the next town over there or the next town over there because we don't have a harbor here anymore.
Mm.
And we were going to do it a couple of years ago, but our plan was to do it, start saving money for it, and then buy the boat after Violet graduates and goes to college because we were going to bring Murphy with us. Well, then we found out that you can't let children live in the harbor. Adults can live on board in the harbor, but not with a child. Anybody under the age of 18 can't stay aboard. So we're like, well, that blows that plan out of the water. I guess they think he's going to trip and drown. I don't know. He's better in the water than I am. But that's their rules, and, you know, got to do what they tell you. But I don't know if I could live on a 40-foot boat with the two of them. I mean, well, I'd have to have it on top side. I'd have to have a garden, period. I'd have to do it somehow. Even if it's just a little one, you know, like a 4x4 little garden bed, I could grow a ton of stuff in that. But yeah, that's something I've always wanted to do, is live on a boat. I don't want to go. I don't want to drive it anywhere. I just want to live on it. Or a carver, maybe a carver. I mean, Hatteras is the dream, but Hatteras is so expensive. Maybe a 40-foot carver. But that's one of my favorite things to do, is to go down to the harbor when we had one and just walk around and look at the boats and dream about the boats. You know, I mean, that was like something I love to do. And it's a cheap date. You know, you get a snow cone, you walk around the harbor, get some fresh air, look at the boats. It's wonderful. It's like feeding ducks at a duck pond, only cooler. And, but now we don't have the harbor, so I can't even look at them. Got to go all the way to the next town over. And there's this one boat. It's a big boat. Big boat. It's called the Miss Maryland. And I am dying to get on that boat and just walk around, because it looks like a mini cruise ship. But there's a family that lives in Hattiesburg that owns this boat. And actually they had it, what do you call it? Anchored off one of the islands out here. And they were having a party of some sort, and a teenager decided to jump off of it and drown. And that was big news around here. They did this great big search for him. They finally found him, but unfortunately he was not alive. Stay in your home is safer. Yeah, it's probably safer.
Definitely agree.
But when there's a hurricane, all I got to do is like drive it to Alabama or drive it to Texas. I'm good. In Arizona, you need to have your dog Rattlesnake. Oh, I bet you do. Oh my God. Can you imagine walking your dog in the desert and a rattlesnake biting it? I don't think I can imagine that. That would scare the dog crap out of me. It would be horrible. God, how do you train them to? What do you do? Make them aware of the sound, or?
Yeah.
How would you do that, Grumpus?
I don't know how you would do that.
You need to expose them to snakes.
Yeah, you would have to.
Yeah.
Get them used to being around them.
Yeah, at least the noise.
Yeah, because if they're used to it, they're not going to suddenly react.
Well, and that's
fear
true.
Or whatever, they'll just sort of take it for granted. You know?
Right. Brenda, tell us about that. You know what, though, guys?
About that, Brenda.
I'm getting tired. I think I'm going to go to bed.
I was just ready to say it's after 4. I think I'm going to have to bail.
I don't normally, goodness. You know, usually I'm an 8 o'clocker, but not tonight.
I got to get up. I want to put a pot of beans on. I got a big old ham bone from last weekend.
You do?
Beans and some cornbread for tomorrow night.
Oh, God, that sounds delicious.
Yes.
Well, I'll think about you when I'm eating my brisket with the.
Took a ham over to my sister's Sunday, but I left about that much meat on that bone.
I would have too.
So I think I'm just going to smell the house up all day tomorrow. Just.
Oh, God, it sounds so good. You're talking my language now, because that's like my most favorite meal in the world.
Yeah, ours too.
Mhm.
Beans and rice and ham and cornbread.
So I'm gonna get
Can't
lazy,
beat it.
I think.
I don't think there's anything any better. I might have that Sunday.
No, I'm gonna have it.
I mean, I might have my own Sunday.
Oh, okay.
All right, guys, I'm out of here.
Well, thank you, Charlotte. Thank you, Grumpus. Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you, everybody.
Brenda. It's nice. I don't think I'd seen you before. It's nice seeing you here.
I've seen her a
Yeah.
couple of times. Yeah, and I'm glad you were more chatty tonight. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Good
Y'all
night.
take care. Have a great
See you
weekend.
soon. See
All
you
right,
soon.
bye-bye.
Good weekend.
Bye.